as I begin recording. Last few sessions you have spent infiltrating the Steel Spitter Factorum, freeing the worms that the Deep Dwarven army was using as living siege engines through a combination of mind enslavement by a large ocular sentry and magical restraints. You destroyed the sentry, subsequently freeing the worms to wreak havoc on the army that was threatening to take over Doonhollow and the rest of the Silver Kingdom's territories. You all ventured into the Steel Spitter mines, where Gronka's people had been enslaved just like the worms, and managed to free them one by one. You encountered a Myrmidon, one of many flame-bound goblins. Defeating it, it was revealed that Fliz, a childhood friend of Grunker's and a tunnel scout leader, had been among those bound to enslaved elementals as living hosts. You all convened and made your way further in, encountering Warlord Krazax, a figure from Grunker's past, a hobgoblin who now commands a large company of goblin mercenaries who aided in the enslavement of Grunker's people. He's also father to Fizzy, a powerful goblin fire sorceress who was once infatuated with Grunker, now crazed and vindictive. He was accompanied by an ashen-skinned mind flayer, an Alhoon, a mind flayer that delves into aspects of lichdom, who then all did battle with Krazax and this Lord Envoy, as it was called by its Dark Priest entourage. In the process of the battle, the Lord Envoy cut off Sao, Arja, Velum and Vadmir from the rest of the group with a clutch wall of force, forcing them to find another route into the main chamber, while Liska and Grunker fought the necromantic Alhoon and the heavily armed hobgoblin. It was revealed through a memory come to pass, from Grunker's perspective, that Krazax's very own arrows fired from his cobbled together insane goblinoid contraption reminiscent of a chain gun were the very same arrows found across the body of Grunker's mother. This sent him into a fiery rage, embers flickering in his eyes. It was also revealed that his precious gemstone around his neck that his mother gave him was something called the Heartfire Crystal, and that Krazax had been looking for it for much of his life. In the process of the fight, various deadly bombs were thrown, barrels exploded, and great cones of arrow fire were shot by Krazax. Eventually, Fliz led the charge into the main chamber with a massive entourage of freed Deep Dweller goblins, but sadly too late, as it seems as though the Lord Envoy vanished and fled, and after nearly killing Krazax, the hobgoblin also fled, using a way ring to teleport away with the frustrated phrase of, "Oh, I ain't dealing with this. I've got more important places to be." And then he vanishes. Now, we return to where we left off. Adrenaline is pumping and hearts are pounding. Some of you are heavily bleeding or burned as the mob of freed goblins comes swarming into the room. Bring us over to the map, shall we?
There we are.
There I am.
So one by one, you begin to see the large crowds of goblins as they all begin to, bit by bit, make their way around the chamber, gradually kind of freeing and unlocking the shackles of their captured brethren. There's cheers, there's relieved, there's sighs of relief, there's raucous chatter amongst them, and you all have a moment to yourselves.
Liska, is going to, once everything's said and done, she's going to kind of slam her hammer into the ground like Spike first, so it sticks. Then she's going to reach forward and grip the front of Vellum's like chainmail mess and just kind of lift him up and put him against the wall.
Vellum, do you accept this?
I mean, he's distracted to begin with, and she is a big lady.
Alright, I was just giving you the option because technically this would be a grapple check.
It's RP.
Sure.
What are you doing? Let's go.
When I say go, you go. You do not cower behind the gates and wait for nothing to happen. You leave two of us out there to the fates.
You need to learn to listen. The second that wall went up, I let you know what was going on at Aja's.
The second that wall went up, you should have been by my side, not cowering behind the gates.
You were invisible. What the fuck was I gonna do? Walk in and blow everything?
I was
waited for
invisible
the
until the
fight to
moment
start.
I struck. At that moment, you should have ran in. What happened, Vellum?
You struck, I moved, but the wall was there.
I struck, you did nothing. Multiple stuff happened. There was time there you could have been by my side within seconds. Instead, I struck, and then nothing. What happened, Vellum?
I just told you, in those seconds, the wall went up.
No, the wall didn't go up. You know how I know? Because the moment I struck, the Mind Flayer had time to move, go away. And at that time, when the Mind Flayer moved, you could have moved. The Mind Flayer didn't cast the wall until after. You did not move. Your cowardice is yet to be excused. What happened, Vellum?
You keep asking, and I keep telling you. Now you gonna let go of me?
No, because you actually haven't answered. You have just been sitting here spouting lies. I watched it happen, Vellum. I watched you stand behind the gate and then the wall go up.
Do you know anything about what happened there? You walked in, invisible, ready to strike. The second you and Gronka hit, I was gonna go in.
No,
As
the
I did.
second me and Grunka hit, what happened? And she sees Audra come around. It's like,
The
Audra,
space.
cast a spell. People were illuminated. We struck the Mind Flayer. The Mind Flayer did that fucking Mind Flayer bullshit and then moved away. Then the wall went up. When we were invisible, you remember the plan, Vellum? We go in invisible. As soon as we strike and become visible, you run in to help us. We strike, no longer invisible. You sit there, do nothing for quite a while.
Quite a
and then-
while. It was seconds.
It was, I would say, meta speaking, about 12 seconds. Yes, a lot can happen in 12 seconds.
It's not 12 seconds.
Yes, it was, Vellum. There was a point in time where you could have easily been right by our side within moments. Instead, you sat there by the gate and let a bunch of stuff happen, and then a wall of force went up.
It wasn't that long.
It was long enough, Vellum. And then she just kind of shoves him away.
Just gonna, Odger kind of steps up, seeing this is getting a little bit more tense, leans his staff on the wall. Well, I believe this can be explained in a number of ways. Vellum was a bit behind. He might be a bit slow compared to other warriors. Maybe in some ways more than one, and he did not understand your plan. Perhaps in the eyes of a trained soldier, as he gestures up and down, what would normally make sense to you is completely above and beyond for a standard alchemic smith. I don't think he has any soldiery background at all. I don't mean to be cruel when I say this, but I believe he is, in every sense of the word, ignorant to how you should fight. He doesn't have much experience, so maybe this once we can excuse cowardice as ineptitude or stupidity, something that can at least be corrected.
Right. In those seconds, Liska, he's gonna sort of around and past her. Those few seconds you claim were so long. I didn't want to run out where there was no cover from what I knew was going to be ranged attacks, so I took a moment, surveyed the situation, a moment, a matter of seconds, and in that time the wall went up. It wasn't 12, it wasn't enough time for people to do things. It was a moment to look, and then a moment to act.
Willem, how much time did it take for you to survey, to see these quote-unquote ranged attacks before we even decided to go in? Because I knew they would be there before we went in. I knew, actually, Grunka and I were in there without cover in the midst of all these attacks. And that excuses you how?
To be fair, he was back at the previous gate, watching our backs, literally. So he might not have even been close enough to see these things or have an angle. He was...
I was being cautious.
I don't know, a good 30
I didn't
paces
want to
away.
blow the plan before
The
it
plan was not for you to be cautious. The plan was for you to go in immediately after we did. How hard is that to understand, Vellum? How hard is it to understand that perhaps you should do what you were told instead of second guessing and costing even more valuable time?
I was not second guessing. I wasn't about to run in.
Oh, right, you were
Give
being
myself
afraid. You're being just a coward in general. True, right.
Oh, very easy for you to say. You waltzed in without any problems or hindrance. You were already in position when the plan started. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here with my ass swinging in the breeze, and you expect me to charge in. I
Yes,
expect you,
no,
but
I
am not
expect
as
you to
heavily
charge in.
geared as we were.
That was the plan. We would be there in the midst of it, and as soon as things went down, we wanted you by our side as backup. That
Yeah,
was
well, I
the
wasn't
plan.
gonna get there in that time.
Yes, you. Oh my God, Vellum.
But if you hadn't been back at the previous gate and came up with the rest of us, I can't help but feel you could have. I mean, you were further behind than Sal was, and she's got a gun.
You were a good 100 feet away. I cannot close that gap in the precious seconds you claim I had.
If you were by the gate, which was, the plan, you could have run in immediately. There was time, Vellum. That is all I'm saying. There was time that you
was
did not
not.
act in. Yeah, you're useless. You're useless. Great. Fucking fantastic. Why do you even have that sword, Vellum?
At least you have my sling for next time, so... Options. Let's get some bandages on those wounds. I see a lot of shrapnel. I'm feeling something stuck in my leg.
So,
Okay.
Bugman, you're
Don't
right.
shift.
Budmia kind of says to you, well, Vadmia has learned her lesson. Do not do that charge in first. She kind of winces as she holds like a burn on her arm.
Well, try not to move too much. Archer, can you come give us a hand?
Hey, I'm a little bit worried. Do you not see how badly these two are hurt? I mean,
I know Grunka took a few
Grunka
hits.
should be dead right now.
Tend to Grunka. But then, if you
Yeah,
can,
let's go wipes off the blood that's streaming down her face, and then just puts one thumb over her nostril, and then just blows out, and there's just a huge glob of
Whoa.
scabby snot that just goes out. She's like,
On the floor.
I think some blood just came out of your ear when you did that.
I mean, it's
That
a
is
fucking mind flayer. That's what it is. If
Absolutely
only I had-
fascinating and disgusting.
Yeah, if only we
But
had
if you-
people to actually help us. Thank you for coming when you did, Audra.
I got 4.
Oh, nice.
Now let's get some a little more life in you. A pep in your step. I don't have a lot left, but I think we can have a chance to at least catch a moment I can say my prayers and do something again. So let's have a look at big strapping you as he kind of like stares at her abs, leans far back up enough to actually see her face and kind of stumbles back a little bit. And he's leaning so far back to look up at her. Okay. Look, let's just let's do one of these. And he begins to hold out a hand that starts to glow. Oh, I'm sorry, I've learned my lesson, but I want to be sure. You don't mind if I say a prayer to heal you, do you?
She just kind of gives a confused look, like, why wouldn't I? Like, why would I mind?
I just want to be sure. Past problems, I wouldn't want to, repeat the things. You gotta learn from your mistakes, right? As he lifts up his hat, you see the little bottom of Owl's feet and puts it back down. Alright, so. Alright. In the name of Gabriel, we find light through salvation. Not through the easy path, but through our toils and suffering. All is guided to us, and we are guided to all. We merely must preserve. And I cast Cure Wounds for 24 points on him.
Alrighty. As you kind of start checking over Vapmir, for the moment, she kind of says,
good.
Venom's checking
you can do that.
over.
Yeah, got it.
Interrupt what's going on for the sake
It's okay.
of like a
Okay.
minor thing.
My bad stuff.
Liz kind of comes over to you, Grunk, and says, "You okay, Grunks?"
Yes,
You don't look it.
I am fine. Completely fine.
I know that look on you,
I-
Grunks. You are definitely not fine. What's eating you? Is it that?
Just, the struggle of keeping the, the sickness in check.
I saw that.
But I found him. I found the person who did it. It was him.
You mean
He's the one who killed her.
he's the one who killed Snaggletooth?
Yeah. It was the same boat. I don't know why. I don't know how. But it must have been him. I'm sure of it.
Kind of.
And now I know.
She puts both hands on your shoulders. Just says to you, "I'm so sorry. Snaggletooth was. She was a wise woman of Deep Top. She knew a lot of people.
She was. But
We'll get him.
yeah, we will. We will get him. It is fine. I am calm now. So calm.
Saw that fiery look in your eyes, Grunks.
Calm. Yes.
I've never seen that before.
No.
Not even to anyone who's fallen to the sickness.
No. Really kind of looks down at the Is
You
the
do-
crystal still like hovering in front of his chest? Or?
It seems to have subsided for now. It's turned back to it's turned back to its sort of emerald-like green color.
Oh,
And you can still you still see the sort of singe marks in the ground where your feet have stepped, and you can see the burn mark in your vest where it emerged from.
he's gonna reach in and hold it in his hands in front of him.
Still very, very much warm to the touch. I've never. What is that thing?
Oh, it's it is shiny. I had it since I was little, but it have never done this before. I wasn't too sure what really happened, but it was kind of. It is gestures back at its like smoldering tracks. It's something, I guess. I have seen it flicker with some weird orange lights sometimes, but it's never been this strong. And he called it something. Oh, I don't think I remember.
Oh, you or Grunker?
Gronka.
Oh,
I was a bit occupied.
well, whatever it is, it's clearly very powerful. You should keep it. If anything,
Yeah.
I know it will be safe in your hands.
Yes, it's never leaving my side.
We should get you healed up somehow.
Yeah.
Don't have much on me.
No, it's okay. It's been mainly not my blood. And then Lucas kinda wipe himself off a bit, and then go, oh, actually it's mostly my blood.
Audra waves in the background slightly.
I think your friend's calling you.
Uh,
And I points
Yes.
over to Aja.
yes.
You're dripping! Do you want me to do the... And he wiggles his fingers. Thing?
Sure.
Alright, this is the last of it. Let's just go ahead and... I'm gonna... Alright, you get 9 HP, and I am completely out of healing.
Alright.
Is that the same spell?
That's my ability.
Ah, right, okay. Oh, sweet.
A shittier but ranged healing option.
This kind of turns to you, Grunker, and says, well, it looks like they've all freed themselves.
You think that's all of them?
Yep, looks like all of them. I counted about 100 overall.
Oh. That's nice. You know how many would be not here?
Probably a couple more hundred.
Think there would be somewhere else than down here, or
Well, some of the folks and I, we've been chatting as we've been making our way freeing the others. So some of us are starting to regain memories of where we've been during our I don't know what you call it, mind control. I think some might still be in the Flamekeeper Temple. Others might be within the ranks of the.
Right. Well, I guess we don't have time to save everybody yet. We have, you know, a war to win.
That we do.
We'll get there. We will get there.
Well, if you by our side, she kind of thumps you in the shoulder and says, "We can do anything."
Yeah, you should wipe that off. As your hand is just covered in blood.
Oh right. She kind of wipes it down down her slightly singed scout uniform.
Do you remember anything about that, by the way?
About what?
Being, you know, fire.
I think some of it's starting to come back to me. If I won't deny it, it felt powerful, but I weren't in my right mind. Some of the others here feel the same way. They might think some of them have regained their memories as well.
Well, that's good at least. You will not be living with black holes in your memory.
Nah. Well, you're the one who you and your friends are the one who led the charge here. I'll leave the decision what to do next up to you lot. You seem a lot more competent than we.
Well, yeah, I guess. I'm gonna walk over.
All right. Vatmir kind of turns towards you, Velen. Says, you know, Vatmir can mostly take care of herself. Sometimes you learn by making mistakes, like Vatmir has done here just now. And Vatmir has learned her lesson. Hold back. Let the other people come through first. Vatmir can take care of herself.
Well, I know a thing or two about learning that way. It's never nice.
Ah. It is not.
And he will sort of give her a slight pat on the head if it's not like in a shrapnel spot or anything.
She kind of nods and steps back a bit to just observe the now kind of emptied mines here.
You just have a sit down and try not to move too much.
It's okay, Vatmir, it's fine. And sits back and just slumps in the corner for a moment to catch her breath.
Velen is going to give a slight glance to Arger and also Grunko, who he knows to have some medical training, which is weird, but you know.
You watch Vatmir kind of pop out the from her small satchels. One of those larger kind of sparkling twilight fruits that you acquired from the grove starts chomping away.
Oh, right. Grunk is gonna take one of those as well.
All right.
It's 4 HP, right?
Yep. For an entire fruit, 4 HP. I just added for you. There you go.
Reach into her bag and take one.
No, he have his own.
I had a character question. Has Grunk been used his charge, like his healer? I think it's healer or medic,
Healing.
whatever.
Yeah, I have used it on Grunka, Lisk, and Vellum during this short
Okay.
rest.
Have
We
you used
need-
it on Sao and
I have
Vatmir?
used it on Sao and I have used it on Ager. Or let's
I don't
or-
need healing currently, so
No,
I'm
I
just
don't think-
trying to get a grasp of who hasn't had it yet.
Yeah, and if we do short rest, I can heal everybody again.
Okay.
Because it's good like that.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing to keep track of, though.
Yeah, I'm trying to write it down. I'm just gonna, slap a band-aid on Augur.
Oh, well, thank you. Not many do this for me.
Yeah, 16 HP.
Let's see. If I'm just going to take out another fruit, jump away at that using got all fruits in the bag there.
I could just heal you. Sparkly. We're gonna hold up his healer kits. You want a bandit? Vladimir?
Oh, Vladimir kind of looks over to you, seemingly in a daze. It's just, what? Sure.
Okay. Oh, that's 18,
Oh shit.
I guess.
You do. I mean, you're as a deep dweller goblin, you're used to kind of burn scars, so you fix her up, no problem. Whoops.
It's
Too
purple now.
much health.
Oh no.
Oh no, she's overhealer.
So let's see. That would take her to max health.
Once Gronka finishes up, he's gonna just. Fel's gonna put like a sort of slight pat on the shoulder. Thanks, Grunk, and we'll get him.
Yeah.
She's gonna rummage around in a small satchel and kind of offer an aura fruit to you, Grunker. Thank you for fixing me up. You should take one of these. You need it more than I do.
Okay, Gronka eats it.
All right.
It's another 4 HP.
She's got one aura fruit left.
Yeah, I'm almost back to half HP.
So Yun, so you kind of examine over this dark priest. You do see something sticking out of out from beneath the robe, some sort of parchment.
I take out the parchment
Alright.
and give it a look over.
This appears to be one of the parchments that were divided both between Krazax and the Dark Priest and the Lord Envoy previous to your guys' incursion onto their meeting rather. This appears to be some sort of contract of royal negotiation. I can, if you like, I can read it out for you.
The question would then be, can I actually read it?
Yes, you can. I will stick it in your journal.
Thank you.
Under
And I would like to read it, that you read it out to me, and
Sure.
then I will proceed to walk over and relay the information afterwards.
so you want me to read it out?
Yes, because I will be relaying the information to the
Alright.
party.
You begin walking out. You begin walking over. Sayun shows all of you this strange contract. This is a contract of royal negotiation, and it says the following: this contract is validated and binding by the word of King Tharadol Ashbite, first of his name, true king of the mountain, and heir to the silver crown. Upon the willing signing of this contract, the signing participants will agree to the following terms and conditions. The first condition. King Tharadal Ashbite, first of his name, true king of the mountain and heir to the Silver Crown, shall employ the mercenary company represented by the signed participants to aid His Majesty the King and, by extent, his royal priesthood and the envoy of the occupied colony of Shugoth. In any means that would further His Majesty the King's rightful reclamation of the Silver Crown and the surrounding territories. The signed representatives of the aforementioned mercenary company shall pass all queries and questions for the entity known as the Pale One to the aforementioned envoy. Number 3. The signed representatives of the royal priesthood shall agree to grant all members of the aforementioned mercenary company the same autonomy over their thoughts, minds, bodies, and actions that His Majesty the King, the envoy, and all members of the royal priesthood experience, with the understanding that the signed representatives of the aforementioned mercenary company work willingly and more capably independent from a collective consciousness. Number 4. The exchange of favours, goods, and services are detailed as follows. If any such task or objective is left incomplete or failed exactly 3 months from this signing, the contract is null and void. The first service. The mercenary company represented by the signed participants shall, with the aid of the occupied colony of Shugoth, capture 200 goblinoid individuals from the city of Deeptop. These 200 individuals shall hereby be referred to as prisoners of war. The signed representatives of the mercenary company shall, the signed representative of the mercenary company shall, with her understanding of the species' recessive ties to elemental fire, work with the Flamekeeper clergy and the royal priesthood to unlock this trait in the POWs, and induct all freshly transformed POWs into His Majesty's army. Term number 2. A POW captured shall serve the greater cause of His Majesty's army before its time of transformation, not limited to mining, worm wrangling, and or sustenance and experimentation for the occupied colony of Shugoth. The representatives of the aforementioned mercenary group shall receive a payment of 150 gold for each POW captured, and an additional sum of 100 gold for each day of service rendered to King Tharadal Ashbite, first of his name, true king of the mountain and heir to the Silver Crown. Paid in full by his royal priesthood through the signed envoy, until such a time as when Part 5 of this contract is fulfilled. Term number 3. The occupied colony of Shugoth shall, with the permission of the aforementioned mercenary group, seek out and capture alive one Grunker within Deeptop as a POW, upon which he shall be inducted into collective consciousness, delivered to, and indentured into service to the representatives of the aforementioned mercenary company. The artifact, term number 4. The artifact, hereby known as the Heartfire Crystal, shall not be damaged by any means and shall be delivered intact to the representatives of the aforementioned mercenary company. And the final term, term number 5. Upon the rightful reclamation of the Silver Crown and the surrounding territories, the representatives of the aforementioned mercenary company shall receive Lord and Ladyship over the territory currently held by the township of Cliffspire and the fort town of Carring Moor. They shall also receive official positions and seats at His Majesty's War Council. And then you see beneath signed the names and the representatives. The first is the representative of the royal priesthood and the crown, and the name is Dranar Darkblood. The second is the representative of the occupied colony of Shugoth, which, strangely enough, is unable to be made out by you, Saoyun. Particularly, it looks, the signature seems to be unintelligible, but it looks like it was kind of perforated into the parchment like braille. The surrounding parchment around this strange braille-like signature is stained with the remnants of some foul ichor that smells like death and decay. The representatives of the aforementioned mercenary group, you see Krazax and Fizzy. And Fizzy, the eyes in Fizzy are dotted with hearts. As you take a closer look at this parchment, Aja, you can actually read this strange, unintelligible signature.
Oh, hold on, let me stop you right there.
Go ahead.
He's going to peer over, and he's going to ask Saoyun, looking at that note, do you think I could get a closer look at that for a moment, as he kind of holds out a hand? If you don't mind, that is.
I don't mind at all, just tell us if there's anything important, please.
Of course. I just want to give it a proper, quick skim, for, I should say, reports. And now that he's got his hand, assuming you do hand it to her, or she does hand it to him, he'll hold it and read it over for a minute, run a finger along each sort of line, and then I can read it.
Alright. Yeah, you can actually read this strange kind of braille-like signature. Let's see here. It reads Mortath, and strangely enough, the braille-like runes in the parchment resemble the same runic inscriptions upon the large circular door you encountered, forming the stylings of an arcane lock spell. The quote-unquote handwriting is different though, implying that both sets of braille-like writings may have been written by different creatures of the same species, using this strange, same alien language. And it's very, very complex in nature, because though the signature reads as Mortath to you, there's subtext within the way it's worded, the same way a determiner such as the word "the" in foreign grammar may imply a male or female subject, like la or le. This language is far more complex and far more advanced in many ways, and especially in the way it portrays meaning and subtext.
That's not something I fully understand. I can just understand direct and literal meanings. I don't... some of the nuances might be slipped.
Yeah, most of the nuances they do go over your head, but the most basic explanations that you do gather seems to be the way it's signed seems to unconsciously imply three simultaneous, more basic meanings. Something akin to double agent, traitor to one's kin, and to sell into slavery.
Okay. So that almost seems like they're bad. Like that's a very negative series of traits to have.
Yeah, and
Meanings attached to one's name.
it seems as though it may have been unconsciously implied simply by the way it's phrased. The way certain words might write something, and it may you may unconsciously attach a negative meaning to it through accidental meaning, if that makes sense.
Yes, like a Slav.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that is very, concerning.
What
Let
is?
me just just looking over this contract in general. Hold on, let me just make a little copy of this real quick. He's gonna put it face down in his book, shut the book for a minute, and then open it up and give it out. Alright, everyone who needs to see it can see it now. Or has seen it now, I should say. I'll give you back your copy. Thank you.
All I'm picturing right now is as Archer closes the book, there's this fucking line of light going up and down.
Yeah,
This is sort of gold photocopier shine.
exactly.
Can you read the lines near the bottom? Up the Krazik's bit, but the one above.
So I just, now that her copy has gone back, looks at it again and just goes, no.
Okay. Well,
It
I
looks
did
like a
promise I would
bunch
let
of-
you know.
It looks like a bunch of gibberish to me.
Well, it seems that that is Mortath. Mortath, betrayer, or Mortath the slave. It's Mortath the unpopular in many ways and none. He seems like a dishonored fellow. Odd that he is a representative for an occupied colony. If he's a slave and a traitorous bastard, but I do not know this culture. So, there's a little bit more information that I could glean. So we should be careful, because I have absolutely no idea what the fuck a Mortath is.
If you like, as you talk with Saoyun for a moment, are you trying to sort of connect the dots here, or?
Not exactly.
Okay.
Just opening conversation for the rest of the party.
All right.
Because Audrey is just a little bit out of character by saying, I don't know what the fuck this is.
Yeah.
I'm honestly at a sort of loss here because I'm gonna just shoot from the hip here. I have this weird, odd feeling that we're dealing not just with one betrayal or, you know, a double jeopardy betrayal thing here. No. I have this feeling that we're dealing with a bunch of outcast illithids teaming up with, you know, these deep dwarves, and the main illithids are either unaware of this or are not really caring enough to do something about it.
Well, okay. I'll say, if you're trying to make sense of this, I'll say, either both of you make intelligence checks with proficiency, or one of you with advantage.
Intelligence checks with proficiency, like an intelligence save?
Because it's not, it doesn't really fall into a category of like an arcana or a history or anything like that. So I'm just going by the raw mechanics.
Wouldn't that technically be like? Would that be investigation?
Technically it would, yeah, actually. So one of you make an intelligence check with advantage, or both of you, or both of you just a normal roll.
Should I, or
I have investigation trained. I mean, it's only a 5, but if you want, I could give it a shot, or up to you. I've done some stuff.
My
you are
investigation is
welcome to
also a 5, so
Okay, well, he'll read some stuff off and brainstorm with you, and you can go ahead and make the rolls advantage.
Did you want
If
to
you,
do?
if you can fucking kill snipe shit,
20.
you can skill snipe. Oh yeah, there we go.
That'll be just what you needed. DC was 20. So as you're both looking over this, you're both kind of used to problem solving and figuring things out. Sayun, through the links between kind of complex machinery and her brilliant mind, and Aja with his understanding of the complexities of society and his kind of inquisitive prowess in figuring out plots and plans. You begin to kind of rapid fire bounce ideas off of each other about what this all means. Conversations you've had with Silix, the information within the journal, the experience with this so-called exile, and the information on this contract. What Vellum said that he overheard between the priests, the tall ashen mind flayer, and Krazax and his mercenaries. More kind of red strings are being linked between the pins in your mind's corkboards, and you attempt to link things from the very beginning using all of this information you now have access to. Best you could tell, after the banishment of Clan Ashbite, the Deep Dwarves, they went underground and eventually split apart into 6 warring clans, as told in the journal. The 6 clans of Ashvar, Hornbreaker, Steelsmite, Slagspitter, Blackmaul, and Flamekeeper, as told by Silix, describing the various avenues of attack. From the journal, you learned that these 6 clans fought amongst themselves until they were enslaved by what you eventually learned to be mind flayers. Eventually, the journal told of one who escaped enslavement, this being Tharadol Ashbite, who came across a bright blue glowing crystal egg by unknown means, and what you learned from the Twilight Prophecies to be the egg of Astria, the primordial crystal dragon, who had been mortally wounded in a battle with her former mate, Noctis, ridden by a dark magus named Umbris. From the journal, you learned that Tharadol Ashbite wandered the deep dark until he found a being called the Pale One, and Tharadol made a pact with it. In exchange for his people's freedom, he would give the Pale One the egg. Why this so-called Pale One would want the Scion of Astria is unknown. From the conversation overheard by Vellum and looking through this contract of negotiation, you learned that this colony is most likely called Shugoth, and that one member of Shugoth, this Mortath, is apparently a traitor to his own people. And as said by Krazax, betrayed and sold out its own colony to this thing when it came knocking at its front door. The Pale One, given entry to the colony. Took it over from the inside out, as said by Silex. That this so-called Mortath now apparently has the position of envoy implies that it serves underneath the Pale One as its emissary to the Goblin mercenaries, Thariddol, and his royal priesthood, the Dark Priests. This inner circle that seems to be exempt from the Pale One's controlling influence. Likely either using the controlling effects of the colony itself or using it to amplify its already powerful abilities. Which of either is unknown. From the extensive and revealing conversation with Silex regarding this exile, the runic carvings on a door where this supposed exile first spoke to you all, and the signature written in the contract of negotiation, they appear to be the same language, implying that they were written by the same species, perhaps a mind flayer in exile, a runaway from the now occupied and controlled colony of Shuggoth. 2 individuals you now know have connections to this colony, the exile and the envoy. And moreover, some other secondary events that seem to tie into all of this. Appears to be based around Thariddol's desire to build an army to retake the surface, using his pact to efficiently command his army as a single mind. The worm spiders his own people, as implied by the nightmares of the bright purple light described in the journal. Perhaps this bright purple light is the same light emitting from the sentries. It would make sense that the same voice, heard from them, was heard by Grunker and Liska in their own nightmares. The outlier here, though, is the usage of Grunker's people as transformed fiery shock troopers. Perhaps the reason the mercenaries were hired was because of Fizzy's obsessive understanding of Deep Dweller physicality, as implied in the contract. This would make sense as to why Mind Flayers, under the influence of the Pale One, would teleport to Deep Top to steal away much of their population, all while attempting to search for Grunker in the process to bring him to Krazax to be enslaved into the Pale One's hive mind and given to Fizzy, an exchange of goods and services. But this Heartfire crystal is a new term you've not heard before. It says it's some sort of artifact, but that's the most you know of it. And basically, this is the entirety of the brainstorm that both you and Aja kind of speak with each other about.
Oh, that's enlightening.
Yeah, it would seem so that even hive minds have outliers.
Well, I suppose not truly within the hive mind of the outliers, but I won't argue semantics with you. Either way, it's a lot of information. I wonder how we can actually put it to use. Does anyone else have some thoughts they might want to throw into this brain soup of a conversation? Okay. A little artifact was mentioned, I believe it was not. No? Okay then.
Is everyone there? Where is everyone?
I'm thinking, and my brain is fucking creaking, and I got flies flying around my wounds, landing on my skin, being an absolute ass.
It is a very good thing that I've been transcribing all of these thoughts into my book, which can be represented later in a visual form that we can go back and re-observe if we need to think about this. But for now, it seems that we are injured and fatigued and lack the mental attention capacity to do anything with this right now. So, beautiful as this all is, and very good revelations, how you, and I mean that in sincerity. But perhaps we should get out the last bit of shrapnel in our wounds and try and get a little more blood in our bodies. Maybe a warm meal and a nice rest. I could do with draining the blood out of my boots and a nice sit down. How about you?
Sal sort of picks a bit at her ear because it's been slightly ringing. Yeah, a rest would be nice. Mainly because my head is still thumping a bit.
Is it still attached?
I mean, it's not like I can just pull off my head right now, so yes, it's still attached.
Speaking of heads coming off, Vellum, Liska, and to a shorter degree, Grunka, how are you mortally feeling?
I mean, not necessarily good, but I mean, we are in the middle of a war, so it's to be understood.
Yes. Just want to make sure we are fighting fit. I was thinking.
Then no, but that doesn't matter.
Holds out his staff and there's just like some sparks and fizzles. Me neither. I was thinking, with our newly created army of freed goblinoid kinds and their leader, we could have a tactical withdrawal to a more advantageous position and then a nap.
I mean, that we have done a lot to disrupt just in general everything, which is good.
Oh yeah.
The issue is, how much can they hunker down? How much can they prepare in the time it would take for us to have that nap?
I don't know how much that is a good point. But I do not know how much they can actually prepare. If anything, they have to catch up. There was the disruption of the circle, so all of their worms were just totally cut loose. And from what I saw up there while I was watching Sao, they lost a very difficult metric to measure of goblin mercenaries. By the way, be careful, they're suicide bombers. So they blew up a lot of themselves and each other and deep dwarves, and more got eaten by worms, and then now they don't have the worms on their sides to fight with them. And also the arachne are absolutely just devastating them and just dropping heavy things from the cave tops and just flying in. It's very
chaos
effective.
out there.
Yes.
It's chaos out there.
Oh, I know.
From
And that's
worms
and that is,
screaming to bombs going off.
and that is, that was the plan. It's always nice when a plan is, followed through. So what the issue is that given the time, like even albeit a short break, that gives a lot of time for the chaos to die down. That gives a lot of time for them to recuperate. And I don't know if you know, but attacking a fully, fenced-in, walled-in position is not
Tantamount to
Easy.
suicide.
Yes.
Weren't they attempting to sever the citadel from reinforcements from the rest of the camp? Isn't that what the bomb and the massive stalactite was for?
That is. Well, that was more just to take out the things that looked like they were floating mind flayer stuff, and all the
That was
yeah,
new.
alright.
on top. But you
Alright,
are correct.
I'm a
that-
bit concussed, so I don't perfectly remember.
No, that is fine. I'm, you know.
You
and
have
she,
a bomb go off
wipes
next
at
to
her
you.
face that like still has a bunch of, well, now dried blood. Like no, it's completely understandable, given what we're facing. But you are right in saying that we were planning on having the Firekeeper Temple cut off from the rest. So right now, the general leading their armies should be dead. We have taken out and freed the worms, as well as freed the goblins. Now, I guess the plan kind of comes down to, do we wish to forego the Flamekeeper Temple and head straight to the Citadel? Or do we wish to go in? Because it seems right now, and Bliska looks at Grunka, that there is a vested interest in taking out the Flamekeeper Temple.
Let's see. Of course, we have a good friend here, but I think if you could help jar my mind, what was the tactical advantage, Jen, or what was the main desire for taking out the Flamekeeper?
From what you could tell, it seemed to be that was how they were powering much of their magical abilities. Their their kind of enchanted armor, using the drawing power from this strange elemental power source deep within the Flamekeeper Temple. That seemed to be channeling
and
much
also
of their power.
how they were like, right, Jenner, like
They were using
controlling
the fire
flame elementals.
myrmidons or whatever?
Yeah.
Yes, that was the place.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Was there a VIP there?
Fizzy. Or what's her name? Fuzzy?
Fizzy.
Fliz.
No, Fliz is with you right now. Fizzy is the goblin sorceress.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
The son of, or the daughter of Kazakhstan.
No.
God damn it.
It seems like it would be very, very good to, in layman's terms, I believe the soldiers used to say, help me out here, let's go. Fuck them up. Is that?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
sort of, they do say that a lot. That is very true.
So we should go to the temple and we should fuck them up. Because if we do that, we can disrupt the supply chains and severely impact their ability to be magically enhanced. And it also means, as he looks to Fliz and then pans left to Grunka, they would no longer have the capacity to enslave your people in the fire constructs, because they lose that power and the sorceress will likely be dead. You're okay if we kill her, right, Grunka? There's no, like, keep her alive, she's my first true love sort of attachment?
Sal just looks to Aja with a slight raised brow.
Yeah, I try to be considerate. Slow turn.
No.
No, we can kill her, or no, she's not your... I'm
Yes.
sorry, I asked an open-ended.
I would rather kill her myself, but
Well, yes, you're
if
you're
she's
part of
dead,
we.
she's dead. So, you know, that's all that really matters.
Okay, we will beat the shit out of her, and then you, from us, since we are a team, will get the final blow since you were robbed of that. Maybe she'll be noosing, slip. Maybe she'll be nursing her father's wounds and You'll get him too. Oh. 2 necks with 1 swing.
Maybe. Who knows?
Asher, what is your... You said that your healing capabilities are tapped out, right?
Yes. If I take a short prayer, basic ritual, 40 minutes, an hour or so, I can commune with an angel and I can get power back. However, the little reach out and heal thing that I can do, I actually have to sleep for that. That takes something from inside me, and it's very fatiguing.
So,
Well, I can help to top people off with a bit of healing if needed.
Same.
But there is one thing. I don't have spells, so I can't do a lot of the big things that I could do, and if anybody dies, I can't save you. I can't do resurrection magic right now.
well, I definitely think we can at least... I mean, we've been sitting here long enough. I don't think it'll be that much of an issue. Okay. For now...
I don't want to fight a powerful sorcerer while I'm at my weakest. I'm just gonna be honest with
No,
you right
that's,
now.
that's completely understandable. I mean, what's the point of getting in there quickly before you... before they can fortify if you die there anyway.
Yes, you know.
Right.
These all bombs.
That's ore. Dark iron ore.
Okay.
Speaking of bombs, Janner,
Yes.
these are barrels of gunpowder, right?
Yes. And you are sitting
Yes.
right next to them.
Yep. So there's a big bomb.
Gunpowder.
Yeah,
And lots of it.
You
yeah,
can definitely use that.
yeah. And you should, stock up if you need any.
Oh,
So these are very very big big barrels. One of
Very
them
big woman.
would be about as tall as Aja.
Oh yeah.
oh lord.
It's a lot of gun.
Big.
A lot of powder.
Oh, I have an idea. Oh, ooh.
I mean, we can always use those to blow shit up.
Yes. I have an idea. Ooh, I have an idea. We have an army of recently liberated peoples that have tons of pent-up frustration and a desire for a greater glory and purpose. Not sacrificial lambs, but valiant soldiers. What if, Sao Yun, you do your... I don't want to say criminal thing, but you do that thing that makes cities scared and make a very large bomb. Right? Or maybe several smaller ones, and we can blow up the bridge. Then they're trapped in the temple, and we don't have to give a damn at all. We have the Arachne to fly us in and just drop us right there. And then no reinforcements whatsoever will be able to get there. The goblins can have their own little lovely tactical espionage mission to go blow something up and be useful and feel like they contributed. Because they were a little late here, no offense, Fizzy. And then we can have a skeletal crew guard and take a nap while we still technically apply pressure.
Fliz also chimes in at this point. Memory's coming back to me right now. There is a factory just outside with loads and loads of fresh armaments.
Oh yeah, that place.
Perfect!
And also, I mean, I like the idea, but we already have a group destroying the bridge to the Flamekeeper Temple. Not the big, huge Arachnis? The Juggernaut?
Oh, that's fine. I was just trying to find something. Or what if we divide these into little satchels and we use that to, like, I don't know, blow a hole in the walls of the armory that Fizz just talked about, and then we arm the goblins.
I'm definitely happy to use them. Like,
I'm just
Look,
trying
that's
to
a good
find
way
a way for them to be able to commit violence. I want them to be able to let the frustrations out, you know?
that
Yeah.
is
No?
fine.
They all seem very, very angry right now.
Yes.
Before we get too eager about this idea, Archer, how experienced are you with gunpowder?
About twice a year, generally on a religious holiday, somewhere around the spring. Bulkreath has some sort of little spark displays in the sky, and
Alright, let me
we
rephrase.
have
Are you
very crude
experienced?
cannons.
Are you experienced with gunpowder and how it works in terms of warfare?
We have cannons. We've recently started making them smaller on sticks, but I have no clue how you do what you do. It is beyond me.
Alright.
Sorry.
Well,
I am.
how
I have an extra
experienced
pair
are
of
you?
hands. I could help.
How experienced are you with gunpowder in terms of warfare? I'm sure the various demonic dominions have experimented with it.
Well, I mean, you light it on fire and it explodes. In what context do you mean? How experienced am I?
So just does one single gesture to the barrels and then their size. If that were to go off right now,
Oh yeah, we'd be dead.
yes. So if I were to have a way of divvying that up into smaller, more carryable arms, if just a single one of them were to go off, whomever were carrying them, and anyone nearby for that matter, would also be gone. The main issue about dealing with gunpowder in terms of warfare is getting it to the point you want it to be safely, then blowing it up from a distance. We have goblins, and lots of them, but I am not actually willing to arm one with a torch and a bomb. You just tell them, go over there and light it on fire the moment you can, because that's... no. That's basically assisted suicide, and I'm not about that.
I'm not
So-
really, I'm not really into blowing my people up after they just gain their freedom.
Well, I don't think anybody here was advocating for that. I think it's just what I was thinking is, we were worried about them fortifying and kind of turtling up, given the time. But to be fair, those, and she points to the barrels, are a good, easy way to get through an outer wall.
Oh yes.
So, I feel that if we use them, correctly, we don't have to worry about taking the time to rest. Because they bypass anything that they could do.
Could we use that floating disky thingy that you had before, Augur?
Oh yes.
How much can that, carry?
Let me double check. As he flips through a couple of blank pages. Let me just double check the weight limits.
Because it
It's
looks
not
heavy.
like 500 pounds or...
Yeah, it's 500 pounds.
How much is one of these?
It mechanically functions as a barrel of gunpowder. Not a simple small keg. An entire barrel.
Right. And how much? Let's say how much that weighs.
I'll double check for you. Let's see. About. About two. I mean, these are filled to the brim, so I would say a good 60 to 80 pounds. Unless I'm reading that wrong.
That's still a lot of gunpowder.
Yeah, that's. Let's see. How much? Like a average
A normal.
gunpowder is it's essentially just like you can compare it 1-to-1 to cement, like a cement bag.
Yeah.
Like I should say a bag of tri-cement.
Well, needless to say, you could probably fit one of these one of these kind of collectives of 3 large barrels onto the disc.
So, how much did you say? How much did you say that it weighed?
Oh, me or?
No, I mean
I
the
think
barrel.
Jenner said it was like 80 pounds.
80.
80
Okay.
pounds a piece.
Yeah.
That's what, 240 for our triple bundle.
Oh, okay.
So I know I generally can carry 5,
Something else
6 full hay barrels worth. A little less than a normal man, maybe about 2/3. So how much does that weigh compared to something like Grunka? Or excuse me, Grunka, how much does that weigh compared to something like Velma? Is it like man-sized, half a man?
We're gonna try to pick it up.
Make an athletics check.
Disadvantage, because I'm exhausted. That's an 11.
11. You. Nope, not budging.
It's heavy.
Wait,
Oh.
so what? Sorry, what just happened? I was looking up gunpowder shit. The dungeon master.
Oh, it was trying to lift one of the barrels.
Oh, okay. Liska's gonna go over and lift it.
All right, make an athletics check.
So, are we lifting up just a singular barrel or the entire thing?
Are they all attached together?
From your perspective, they all seem kind of roped together.
Okay, because Liska's carrying capacity is half a ton.
Jesus Christ.
What's
You-
her lift overhead then?
540.
So she can just do that.
Yeah.
This is why I love when you stack up very high strength mod with, you know, being a large
Yeah.
creature, and I'm assuming you have powerful build as well.
No, I'm just a normal large creature. Powerful build would be a little too powerful.
Then you would be carrying a ton.
So,
Yes, then I would really be carrying a ton.
so you would be able to move all 3 of those barrels, yeah. However, you're going to have to stack them end on end. It's going to be a balancing act. Because that, yeah. Yep.
My disc is 6 feet across.
Oh, so just slightly bigger than a square.
Just slightly bigger than a square.
Still, you're going to have to balance it end on end. These aren't going to fit like this without kind of sliding off, kind of loosening the ropes.
Yeah.
There we go.
How do you
Oh
figure out
boy.
how much you can
Right.
carry?
That's a visual representation. He's got a ritual cast that, but while we're figuring out the math, he could do that.
Yeah. How do you figure
And
out how
it'll
much
be
you
able
can
to
carry?
hold that.
It's 15 times your strength score.
In pounds, that is.
Yes, sorry.
So, in my case, I have a 10 in strength, just for ease of math. 15 times 10. Then you have my carrying capacity.
So, you can carry 150 pounds or 68 kilos.
Yeah. Not counting, my own body weight.
Yeah.
So Grunka can
No,
carry
yeah.
240 kilo or pounds.
If
or whatever.
it's a little easier,
I can have multiple discs up. It takes me 10 minutes or so to cast the ritual for each one. Each one lasts an hour. It's not a concentration thing. So if we find more barrels, you know, we can stack them how they fit and carry them that way.
Right until you reach 6 barrels, at which point you'd be, you know, stuck casting the spell over and over virtually. If we put
I
one
don't
barrel
know.
on each.
Well, that's why you wouldn't put one barrel on each. I can carry. Well, if this looks like it's a little less than a hay bale, which is, you know, 2/3 a man. So 100 pounds for that, and this is less than that. So I'd be able to carry 6 or 7 barrels by weight on one of these discs. I can't say that it
Would be easy or balanced.
Yeah, I can't say it'll all fit for balance. That's the problem. That's why I said, you know, we could have multiple discs out, you know.
Is it possible to just set them on their, like, so they're standing up instead of on top of each other? Because I feel like if they're combined into like thirds.
Well,
Or
if we
like-
think about it, a thing to
Yeah, like
consider is if each one is about 6 feet long, you know, since they're about as tall as me, you have to consider how wide it is. If it's it's less wide than that, and it's more cylindrical than it is, I suppose, rectangular, then yes, we'd have more room.
Okay, so just to save us getting bogged down here, you could definitely carry them.
So 3 hours plenty.
Yeah, three per. Yeah, exactly. Three per disc. You could definitely do 3 per disc. However, it would be a balancing act.
Alright.
You may have to do a couple of spell casting checks just to make sure you can
I can carry.
balance it.
I can carry one on my back if it is a little too much effort. Wouldn't bog me down at all.
Well, that's something we can do. How about we rest now that we know we have the means to do this and transport a huge amount of these barrels? Because the alternative is, if we can't, I'm looking about 300 something idle hands. I don't know. I can't tell. Their heads are moving in a way. It's very hard to count them.
Like ants.
It's about 100. So 200 hands. If you want to count hands instead of heads, which is weird.
Remembering
I-
from
I-
the layout of this sort of
talking
hideout
about work.
cave,
We got a lot of labor over there not being done. You know?
Yeah, it's about
3
100.
little guys under a barrel carrying it overhead log style. They could, you know,
It's
Actually,
give
about,
them the work.
it's about 900. There's about 9 barrels left up there.
yeah. Remembering from the hideout layout from entering in and going about, there's about 3 barrels to the north of us, another 3 to the east, west, should I say, the caves.
Yeah, wonderful.
Generally speaking, I'm pretty sure we have enough gunpowder here to blow up a small fort.
Or a
That's
tower.
exactly what we're going to do.
Yes. But for right now, let us rest.
Agree.
Yes.
So, Janner,
Mm-hmm.
are there any wheelbarrows anywhere?
Wheelbarrows. None that you can see. No.
Alright.
Vanguards?
Kind of wondered how they got the barrels in here, but I guess, you know, they got carried.
Probably used their slave labor
Yeah.
and just carried them.
Swole goblins.
All right. So what's the plan?
Short rest.
Plan
time.
is to, I guess, rest.
Long or short?
short, I guess.
We don't have time for a long one.
All right.
I don't think we can do it 8 hours. And now
8 hours is too long in a siege.
Yeah. We've already.
What?
What?
Cut off there after we already.
We've already been talking for like. How long? So this could definitely count as a short rest. Or, well,
Yeah.
sorry. That's part of the short rest.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
I'll
would, I'd
contribute.
say. Okay. So you all begin to take your short rest here in the cave. And
Goku's gonna ask if anyone is gonna stand watch, or just in case.
Like hundreds of goblins.
Yeah.
Them?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be fine. I'd be fine. I mean, all we're really doing is just taking a little sit down, right?
Yep. Finishing up, sit down.
all right.
Right. But bear in mind, I won't be able to do that thing from, on 50 so feet away. I can't heal you. Now you have to run up and let me touch you, and then, lifts up the hat a little bit, bottom of Val's feet, puts it down. But I can only do that very small amount, and that means I can't, do the whole light dome thing very much. So, try not to get hurt, because I don't have a whole lot of healing left.
And the only healing I have are, again, sort of the same deal. I need to be able to reach you.
That is fine.
That's the case. Let's take some time, bandage our wounds, and let's do some deep breathing exercises. Who wants to do some deep breathing exercises with me? Really work on our focus, strengthen our mind. You see, Vellum's got it.
Perhaps. Right now, I think I need to take a moment to just count up how much ammunition I spent.
Okay. One by one, you all take your rest. Comfortable in the fact that a large crowd of chattering deep driller goblins seems to be keeping watch for now, as they all kind of split off into their small various familiarity groups. They all begin chatting amongst one another, sharing memories they've had while being enslaved. And there is a general air of need for justice, kind of growing in the air. So, we'll regain your hit points.
Sweet.
And the short rest goes by without much issue, which is odd considering that last time you saw the deep dwarf army, there was a number of deep dwarves coming into your position in the Factorum. Last you saw Archer and Salyun, which is unusual. They should have arrived by now.
Something is off.
Let's get just kind of stands up and stretches like, ugh.
Aja.
Just finishes writing in his book, a little rook right there. He flicks a pen and closes it up. Ah, yes.
You recalled the forces we saw before we came into the mines, yes?
Was the one that were marching across the bridge when the worms went berserk.
The one coming towards us at the time.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. And then they had the infighting when we broke the seal. Very good job on that, by the way.
Yeah.
So I recall the forces.
I have this feeling that we should have at least heard them by now, but... And then Sao just sort of looks about and listens for a moment.
Oh yes, I figured they would have been due a good 30 minutes ago. The fighting was shifting back and forth a lot. Maybe the Arachnite got the upper hand, or their own worms got them, or a few too many suicide goblin bombers went off and they forgot to count the casualties.
Maybe. Still. We haven't heard fighting, we haven't heard marching, we haven't heard orders being marked in any way, shape or form. Down here, it should echo throughout, well, every wall and cavern there is. It's
I wonder if this is a result of Kha'Zix and that thing,
maybe.
that absolute abomination escaping. Perhaps they said what happened here and they've abandoned this post.
I doubt they would.
Maybe
They are
they have something
mercenaries,
more
but
important to
still.
defend. Hell, didn't we interrupt them renewing a mercenary contract? Maybe they're not mercenaries, for now.
Well, in either case,
Also, they're almost dead.
we should tread cautiously.
Yes. Well,
Anyway.
we should be careful, but there's a number of reasons I think why people would not be pursuing us right now. Maybe it's because we have 100 just very furious and determined goblins. We're just waiting to kill someone or something.
True. But then Sao just sort of gestures to the ceiling of the room. What would stop them from caving in the mines?
The logistics to get it to do so. Because then they'd have to be above us already. Yeah, on that path that we were, they'd already have to be there and use large amounts of explosives. They'd have to haul here to probably create
Or
a...
spellcasters?
I mean, they certainly could, but it seems...
What remaining they would have anyway.
I can't help but think they would have used the spellcasters a bit more carefully. At least, you're a soldier. If you had been in this situation, and let's put you on the enemy's side, you had spellcasters that could somehow destroy our ceilings. It seems like you'd have to be a very powerful caster, or many smaller ones. Do you think it would be tactically sound to put them out of position to hear, to try and collapse this mine? Do you think that's an option they might pursue?
Well, I wouldn't have them collapse the mine. I'd probably use more, less destructive means of clearing out the mine. You know, poison gas, things like that. Or just seal off the mine and trap people in there, and then wait for them to starve.
That works too.
I mean, it's right now. Well, okay. If my army was in disarray, if I had a leadership fallen, I had my spellcaster support potentially blocked off by means of a distorted bridge. Right now, everybody is rocking back on their heels. So, if I was in their position, I would be codifying my forces, making sure that everybody that we know who's alive, who is dead, the chain of command. And then, once that is done, I would have a plan. I would be wanting information on who my enemy is, where they are. Then, you have your plan of either attack and meet the enemy forces, or have them come to you. And as it seems, since we are undisturbed, that they are probably wanting us to come to them. Which again, turtling, but also, she points to the barrels. That is what that is for. Because right now, all the destructive capabilities, sans spellcasters, is in here, and we have it. And plus, given the Arrakis, and given some of them their carrying capabilities, we can use these barrels to great effect on the ceiling as well. We already saw what those small bombs that Sao had were able to do with those stalactites.
That is true. Though I do have one issue with these sizes. How would we get them securely up there and stay in there?
Probably a suicide drone.
Maybe. Or, I mean, they have all that webbing, right?
That's true. I'm not sure how tough that is. I don't have a perspective on it. I was just thinking someone holds it and, for the Twilight Mother, you know.
Not everybody has to be a suicide bomber rusher, but, it is...
Listen, I'm used to my enemies being suicidal fanatics, alright? I'm sorry, I'm a little bit out of my element.
Sao just looks to Aja with a sort of
You all
both
hear.
brows raised.
You all begin to hear fluttering through the cavern.
Oh, hey, speak of the devils.
Oh, it's birds.
Sorry.
Oh,
Come in.
They're searching for something, and they want to secure it, so, be ready?
Well,
You hear the familiar buzzing get louder and louder. You see emerging from here, approximately
still a giant smoke cloud, by the way.
No, that's a singe on the ground. See a number of Arrakis weavers emerge from this entrance. A miniature swarm, if you will. It's having a hard time loading them up. There you go.
Why do you have to use so many?
Because it's a swarm.
was it
Because
Janner?
Janner is just a
I'm
terrible glutton for punishment.
masochistic.
Yeah. Was it Janner? You started recording, right?
I am still recording, yeah.
Okay, good. I didn't know if you started recording or not.
That would be fucking horrible if that
Oh
was the
God.
case.
As they all,
Ah, yes.
as they all
All that
land,
intellectual discussion that the party's zoned out for, we just gone.
you all, you see them land one by one, tick, 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 on the ground. Some of them kind of clinging to the ceiling.
Our forces arrive outside, and we await your extraction.
Wonderful.
Alright. Fantastic.
The Twilight Mother is ready to send her forces against the weakened Ashskins. The final push.
Alright. Burns his back. Arms out straight so he can be grabbed. Secure away. Let's go finish that genocide.
Two weavers kind of nod to each other and then flutter down from the ceiling and scoop you up underarm. And you are rapidly you are rapidly flown out of the mines.
Extra
Oh
key.
boy.
Off we go to war!
Liska's gonna see that chickerhead chuckle, and then look to the weavers like, these barrels, we need them. See if you can have more weavers. Bring them with us.
It shall be done.
Yeah, they explode, so be careful.
Yeah, keep them away from open flame or lava.
You watch as three weavers kind of call down the tunnel. You hear some more buzzing from within. There's a number of weavers come swarming into the cavern to meet all of you. About 9 weavers overall begin to make their way inside. They point to the barrels and chitter to their allies. You watch approximately 6 of them kind of gather around and begin hauling the barrels off. And as they pass you, they say,
We await you outside.
Oh, not gonna carry me too. I see how it is.
Sal just looks to her. The only thing that can carry you are the large walking ones.
I know. I'm big. And she like slaps her abs.
You're a little more than big.
Oh, thank you.
all right. Grunker, what are you doing?
Thinking
Yeah.
about Mama.
I mean, I was thinking about this fucking speech, but I guess I kinda have to. I guess now is the time.
Speech.
Yeah.
Just use one of the speeches from Lord of the Rings.
No. No. Kinda.
You hop up on the table, Grunker. You see all of the other deep dwellers kind of look towards you. They all begin to gather around the table.
Oh. Spooky. Alright, well, I guess might as well get this over with. Let me see, where did I put that thing? Right.
Fliz kind of, you see Fliz in the crowd kind of giving you the thumbs up like, you can do it.
Yeah, sure can. Fellow children of Gex, we are done being kept as slaves for labor. We are done being stepped on. For far too long have we run away. It is time to fight our oppressors. The greenskins, the deep dwarves, these mind-flayer freaks. We need to fight for the freedom that Gex wanted for us. For our safe haven in Deep Top. So rise up, children of Gex. Grab your picks and break your chains. Show your enemies the power of stone and fire. That's it.
Make a persuasion or performance check with advantage.
Okay. Persuasion or performance, did you say?
Persuasion or performance.
They're both the same. What advantage? Of course, I knew it. Ugh.
Pretty good for a goblin.
I mean,
Anyone got inspiration?
it's already advantage, so.
It's just that typical moment, ain't it?
Yeah.
As she sees you struggling, Grunker, Fliz also kind of hops up on the table alongside you, seeing that the crowd seem a little bit less enthused. Now that both of you now stand on the table, all the attention is now focused upon the both of you as a pair. She kind of pats you on the shoulder, Grunker, and she says, "Listen up! Listen to him! Our fellows, our comrades were stolen from us by our oppressor. Only we together can save them. But they would do the same for us. The fires of the deep earth burn within our hearts for our comrades. And like he said, today we break our chains. Today we break everyone's chains. I know I have flashbacks and glimpses of how I came here, as do many of you. Some of you are coming to terms with those memories now. Mine have clarified, and now I see the familiarity of these caverns. This temple was our place of worship. This is the Cinder Den. The place the High Shamans bring its most dedicated followers, travelling through the bowels of the world's hearts to this place most sacred of places. And these Ashskins have sullied it with their temple. And I remember now, and many of you should now too. I saw our oppressor there once before. He watched from the safety of the temple as we came through the portal, chained together like chattel. I believe that with all of my heart, that our kin lie within this monument to the Ashkin's hubris. There, many more of our kin sharing what was to be our fate. But we say, and she kind of grabs your shoulder and kind of shakes it a bit, but we say no more. We can break their chains, as Grunker has done to ours. It is our duty to march upon this temple, tear it down brick by brick, until we liberate them, every single one of our brothers and sisters. Will you stand by me and repay Grunker here the liberty that he and his friends have granted us? What do you say? She's also going to make her persuasion check. Technically with assistance from Grunker, so with advantage, because both of you are doing it at the same time here.
Yeah. And if not, I would have just used my inspiration on that, because, you know.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's see. Performance with advantage. Oh, there should be public. So let's see what this is.
Yeah.
19.
And
Okay.
bam.
Well, shit.
Okay.
Immediately, every one of the crowds kind of. Initially, they seemed very hesitant to get involved with this very kind of quiet speech from Grunker. However, upon the lifting up from Fliz being your wingwoman, so to speak, they all seem to look to you, Grunker, kind of with one raucous cheer. There's a cry of goblins fills the chamber, and they all thrust their pickaxes, swords, and blades and daggers into the air. Some of them have, and you can see among them, some of them have donned the armor of the mercenaries now.
Ooh.
And they all there's a sort of this victorious chatter to each other.
Meanwhile, while Grunk is just standing there, very awkwardly, and just looking out and in his heart he's just like, I'm proud of these.
Yeah.
That's all I can think of.
And Fliz kind of pats your shoulder and says, "We got your back."
Well, let's go get them armored and outfitted.
Alright. With that, all of you begin to filter out of the mines one by one. This enormous crowd of 100 deep dweller goblins, recently freed from their bindings, their shackles, chains broken, now invigorated by the presence of Grunker and Fliz. All getting behind Grunker as he's now leading this mob, this angry mob.
Yeah.
So yeah, bring it back over. Let me get rid of all these tokens real quick. So you all make your way out into the main thoroughfare of the Steel Spitter Factorum. You can see numerous in the courtyard. What looks like numerous holes bored into the ground from where worms have either escaped or just found some sort of quicker way into the battlefield itself.
There you are. That was quite the speech.
Yeah.
Well done, Grunker.
A bit rough around the edges, but
Yeah.
very well done.
I am no speech
That's
person.
that's the best speech I've heard from a goblin. So, not to
Cave cat.
True cave cat.
Hey, so sorry, I was playing with Familiar a little bit, seeing if I could get it to be a cat instead of a fucking hat. Alright, sorry.
Alright.
I'm just picturing a cat not enjoying being under a hat and just the nails into your scalp. Just like, ugh. Just like,
That's why you had the porcelain mask, my dude.
yeah. Oh, that covers your entire head. I got you.
Grunker, you see Fliz kind of lead the crowd, pointing over. This way. Eventually, the crowd of goblins is led towards the eastern end of the main courtyard.
Oh. Oh, right. Yeah, that's a lot of weapons down there.
And it's all like magic, isn't it? That's what the whole thing with the
Yeah, flame enchanted. You gather.
Oh.
Do you all follow the
I
signal?
need me some of them.
yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Turn down magical
Oh, yeah.
weaponry. No.
Yeah.
Let's get in line. No cutsies. Sorry.
As you immediately
back
cut
here.
in front of me, that's just
I couldn't tell where the line was starting. I'm sorry. There's so many of them. It's more blob than line, you know. Yeah,
You
let me
watch
just get
as
behind.
like
As-
locusts.
It's the tail.
very enthusiastically, the entire crowd of Deep Dweller goblins begins to filter into the armory. You can see them donning. The armor is pretty much all the same. It's dark steel armor, and they appear to be kind of taking their time to don this new armor. and as a result, they each get a +2 bonus to their AC.
I have a question.
Yes.
The armor, does it seem magical in nature too?
Not that you can tell, no.
Okay. Oh, Sal, can you check to see what all of this is magic?
Sure, just
I'm
give
a
me
fighter.
like
10 minutes?
if I want to ritual cast, yes. However, I do have enough remaining spell slots that I'm willing to spend one on detect magic. So I'll now detect
These
what is magic.
most of the wrecks here are just filled with magical items. Low level, but it seems that they are indeed magical. Though it doesn't appear the armor is, it's just the weapons. You can see swords, great swords, axes, pole arms, pole axes, shields.
Sal just looks around and then looks back to Liska. Ever felt like a kid in a candy store? And then just gestures to all the weapons.
Oh, nice. Let's see. Who can we better arm? Give more appropriate weapons.
You can see off to the side a rapidly growing number of Arrakis weavers, and a large juggernaut kind of flies down from above, the cloaked darkness from above. And they just appear to be watching all of this take place.
I don't really need a weapon, so I'm gonna just go talk to them real fast, if that's fine with you guys.
That is very much fine with me.
What?
Liska's
If
also
you
going
have...
to... Oh, sorry.
Good.
I was going to say Liska's going to grab... let's see. She's going to basically replace most of her normal mundane gear. Right. She's going to get 2 hand axes, javelins if they have any, and a pike.
Okay.
Oh, and 2 short swords. Or sorry, 2
Yeah.
short swords.
These essentially would be the equivalent of common magical items.
Still magical.
Yeah. I mean, you said, like, magic damage. Or sorry, not magic. Well, I mean, yeah. Fire damage?
The runes inscribed upon them. Let's see. You would need to identify to in order to
Identify away.
Oh, all right then.
If I have 10 minutes.
Sure. It takes them all. It takes all the goblins 10 minutes to sort of don the new armor, the fresh armor. Best you can tell, once per turn, you can deal an extra 1d8 fire damage with these weapons.
Oh, nice.
That is
Pretty damn
that's
good,
spicy.
baby.
That's spicy.
Wait, what did you say?
Turn, you can do an extra 1d8 fire damage.
Wow.
Yeah,
There's no
it's half of a flame tongue.
There's no +1 to attacks and stuff like that. It's literally just the plain old 1d8 per turn.
Oh, nice. But it's still a magic weapon, right?
Magic
So it
weapon,
would deal
yes.
magic damage? Okay, cool.
It would deal magic
that's
damage,
good.
yes.
Sweet. Yeah. Yeah, I'm replacing. Let's do it.
I think I'll take. I think I'll take one as well. I do need to check what I'm actually proficient in. Okay, simple
Right, hang
weapons.
on. No, I misread that. My bad. Sorry. Once. Yeah, that'd be once per short rest, not once per turn. Apologies, my bad.
That's because it's kind of strong.
That's still very useful.
Half flame tongue.
Want to make it something that's not as strong,
Sorry.
but more consistent. If you want to make something that's not as strong but still consistent and useful, you could just make it do a D4 fire damage. It does a D4.
Sure.
It's a balancing that could be considered later.
We'll go with that. We'll go with that. So it deals an extra 1d4 fire damage.
That's in line to like a cantrip or a first level
Yeah.
cleric spell or something like that.
Thank you for that.
Per turn? Sorry, just for clarification. Per
I think
turn.
it's once per
or-
turn.
Once per
Okay.
turn. Cool. So 1d4 once per turn.
Nothing.
Yeah. You gather these aren't meant to be like super magical items, more kind of mass produced. And just
Oh
you know,
man, imagine an army with mass-produced any tier of magic items.
Oh.
That's still impressive.
China.
China.
And this is going to come back to the group, and she's going to kind of like nod to Azure, like, yeah, just to have it. And she tosses a dagger to him.
Oh, this has some heft to it. I like this.
Yeah, decently balanced. Surprising. I mean, well, the dwarves, so I guess it's not surprising, but still.
Oh, yes. It's a real shame we're gonna get rid of their entire species. They could have been amazing laborers, but, you know, they made the wrong enemies, so...
I mean, not entire species, and she points up to where more dwarves are.
Oh, well, I mean the deep dwarves, you know. Entire
that's-
subspecies.
I mean,
Alright.
you know, it's the cost of war sometimes. They shouldn't have declared it if they weren't prepared to die.
Thank you. So many people don't get that.
I mean, I'm very much against absolute genocide, but again, these people and then just looks, you know, to where all the worm cages are. They decided to conhort with, you know, mind flayers.
Abominations. And they also are the enemy of the people we just allied ourselves with on the condition of genocide. Feels kind of bad since, you know, we know they're slaves. They're mind controlled, right? You know, it's not like they're choosing to do this. They're being controlled just like
the
we are
deep
underneath
dwarves?
the light. But you know, yeah.
No, I think they're pretty much like they were mind controlled until they got out of mind control. Like I'm pretty sure this
Masters,
animosity has been here.
Oh yes,
For a
yes, yes,
while.
yes. I mean, it's just, you know, there's still the hypnotized ones that are under control. You know, you can tell them the purple eyes and the little.
Oh yeah, and I mean I'm all for
slits underneath.
I'm all for them. Like if when we get to the king, they like we're not like we're doing what we can here and there to disrupt their chain of command and whatnot. And I'm all
Yes.
for when we get to the king, like if he wants to submit and if he wishes to abdicate his throne. But again, judging by what you were saying, that whole blah 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 Ashbite, one true king of Dwarven bullshit, like I feel like he's kind of behind.
They're not gonna
Yeah.
die with glory and honor for the, you know, how they do. Plus, there's also the question of what does that mean if, you know, for them, as he points down the railway. You know, what if they say no, we want them dead anyway, so they don't come back and do it again like they did this time?
Yeah.
Insurance.
I mean, war is a nasty business.
Speaking of, we should go say hello. Yeah, let's go say hello. This is a little awkward, and I feel bad. I just pointed. I shouldn't have pointed. That was rude.
Yeah, it is.
Alright,
Lots
just
full
as a
of weight.
TLDR
Hello?
thing.
Yes.
Yep.
Just as a TLDR thing for this looting genre. What can we pick up in terms of weaponry? Because I'm pretty sure we all would need to list it on our inventories.
Okay.
Every kind of weapon, almost.
It mostly appears to be melee weapons.
Yes, but I don't have carry capacity to literally carry one of each, so...
Yeah. Okay, so I'll say, well, what melee weapons are you proficient in, Sayun? Or at least what
I am proficient in all simple weapons.
Okay, so I'll say you can get a simple...
As well as reach weapons, which,
Okay.
surprisingly enough, actually, if I'm proficient with reach weapons, does that also include martial reach weapons?
I don't think so.
I wouldn't say, because reach is a trait that is applied.
I'll say...
The thing is that
Sayun.
there are no reach simple weapons. So I would say yes.
Okay.
Actually, you're right. Otherwise, that'd be redundant. So yes.
Sayun. You do pick up a light crossbow. It's very well balanced, so you can see the sort of subtle glowing fiery tip of the arrow that's been notched in there. Vellum, do you want to gather anything?
Sorry, I had to get my headset back on. What was the question?
This trove of magical weapons. Do you want to grab one? These are very very minor magical weapons.
For my purposes, if anyone wants me to store extras or ones of different types, then sure, go. Let's just stick it in the chat and I'll add it to the bag. But
Okay.
nothing for him personally, no.
Well, Liska does get 2 short swords, and she comes up to Vellum and is like, "Here, you should probably use these."
In the bag they go.
Okay.
No, I mean like actually use them instead of the sword.
That wasn't in character, but I get we.
Oh, you just put them in the bag, didn't you?
Yeah.
You okay, dude?
I'm really not, but I don't want to slow down shit because of that. So let's keep this train a rolling. I'm just eating some feel-good food, and I'm sure I'll pick up right after these messages.
Okay.
Okay. So I find a light crossbow. I'd also like a melee one.
Okay. I'll say you can get a poleaxe or a pike rather, something into that. Grunker, what are you getting?
Let's see, I got a warhammer,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that's working, right? That's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, there you go.
And then, yeah.
Yep. Okay. So grab a warhammer.
Right.
This
and
is
then, yeah.
long.
And then we're gonna.
deep-
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna see. Like, probably not gonna get that. I mean, might as well. I mean, honestly, I got a bag of holding. I'm just gonna take like one of each,
Sure.
and probably a couple more, because you know this is probably worth a lot of money.
You're not wrong.
Let's see.
Fizzy's going to grab one of those dark iron crossbows.
I do need to ask Janner. Would
Yes.
it also be possible to get a weapon that is simple?
Yes, you can grab a mace or a short sword.
A short sword would be nice.
Sure.
What about a great club?
I don't have the strength for that.
Right, Ajay, you're talking with Irakis, yeah?
Correct. He's, in the meantime, until the party gets there, just filling the space, talking about the 2 different nations, Valkyrie and the Weaver's Land, and seeing, what kind of exports would they be interested in? What kind of things could we do to help, and how could we be better allies to each other, Because it seems like this is going to be a surefire victory, and let's start camaraderie now so we don't accidentally piss off the terrifying spider people.
You say
You
that
know?
to their face?
No. Only the trade bits. Maybe the camaraderie.
He's just mildly, talking to himself in terms of.
Oh yeah. Just giving him shit.
If you wish
I suppose
to
I could.
aid us, the best your people can do is avoid us, leave us be. For now, there are more important matters to attend to. The Ashkin's army dwindles. The worms have devoured and crushed many, and the Ashkins have been forced to to all but slaughter their own living siege weapons.
Oh yes, they're completely destroyed. This is pretty surefire victory at this point, if I do say so myself. Liska, it's looking pretty tactically good for us.
Very.
So, I just
Think
thought
that's-
while we had this moment, revel in the victory, see how we could be more useful to each other's society. Or did you want to just completely ignore each other after this and do no trade?
Leave us be after this event. After our victory.
Ah, okay. I understand the situation now. Perfect. We'll just go ahead and just fight here and part ways.
Queen Silix has given orders to not allow them a moment's respite. We must push our surprise advantage while they now match our forces in size. We must attack now while they lick their wounds, force them to retreat before the time comes for the assault on the temple.
Alright. I'm ready for, just absolute violence.
Then
How are the goblins doing?
Sorry?
How are those goblins doing? As he kind of like looks to Liska. You think they're all suited up and?
Oh, definitely. They're enjoying it immensely.
You watch it.
Look at them.
You watch as one by one they all kind of filter in, sort of wearing and donning this sort of ill-fitting dwarven armor, but it fits well enough. You can see some goblins have the kind of larger helmets, not quite fitting their larger heads, but they seem well armed, well prepared for war.
Sweet.
prepare yourselves and your own forces. We have been given orders to accompany you upon your initial assault on the temple.
If you want to do that earring thing and get everybody together, maybe we can gather the group and venture forth.
Which is the Juggernaut comes forward and says,
The bridge I shall break when the time is right.
It's perfect. Well then, you lot, on, get armed. It's time for war.
so, what are the rest of you guys doing?
Arming myself
yelled up, yeah.
with a fire enchanted pike and light crossbow.
Shoving several weapons down his bag of holding.
Okay.
I also need to get that short sword because Lord knows I do need one.
Alright. So, Vellum, you joining the rest?
Hey,
Alright, just waiting on Grunker and Saoyun.
Yeah, I'm writing shit on my sheet. Could somebody move my token?
Oh, sure. There you go.
One
you.
more.
I'll move you over, Grunker. There you go.
Thanks.
Alright, so, one by one, you're each grabbed by two weavers underarm each, and flown up towards the ledge. The group goes first. Aja, Saoyun, Vellum, and Grunker. One by one, you are lifted up towards the ledge. Liska, on the other hand, is much too heavy to carry. As you approach the Juggernaut, the Juggernaut seems to lower its massive abdomen and spreads its massive wings, and you can see even you can tell this, Liska, even though it's completely inhuman face, you can sense that because of its pride, it's reluctant to do this.
Come on, we will be the most terrifying thing on the battlefield. Let's do this.
Make the wrong move, and I drop you.
I mean, I'll bring you with me. Like, what's... Like...
It
This is just mutual benefit here. Like,
just
benefit each other.
it just ignores you and just lowers itself.
Get on.
Yeah. Liska finally gets to ride one of the Juggernauts.
Dream come true. And though the Juggernaut is much slower than the Weavers, it can still apparently fly due to its size. It spreads its wings. It's almost like staring face first into the oncoming wind of helicopter blades. It's just cheeks blowing back. One by one, you're all lifted to the ledge. Leaving the goblins behind, who have by this time managed to raid the nearby army, equip a number of fresh dark iron leathers and plate and mail, and are now kind of far more braced for fighting than they were previously. And gradually, one by one, they're also being lifted up to the ledge by the Weavers. Let's bring over to the main map. Just brace for some chug.
Ah, yes. The mass map.
Oh boy. Firefox does not like this.
Oh, Jesus, there we are.
Alright, so this is your small army.
Oh look, they've been fought back into a corner. The bridge.
Alright. The battlefield itself is still in just chaos. The numbers of the Deep Dwarf army have efficiently been cut in half, though there are still a good 10,000 strong. You can see the battlefield is strewn with the bodies of worms, deep dwarves, probably a few goblins here and there. You can see devastation just litters the volcanic wastes of this end of the cavern. As you can see, a great number of many bored holes where the worms may have escaped or re-entered the battle. You can see much of the Deep Dwarf army has gathered in a defensive position around the first bridge towards the Obsidian Tower. Much of the front lines of their defensive formation is comprised of these fiery myrmidons, the flame-bound goblins, with quiet now kind of hung over the field. You notice a large regiment of about 30 dwarves has now split off from the main group and is in the midst of rapidly heading in the direction of the Factorum. Saunaja, you see the larger regiment before that was approaching the Factorum appears to have been mostly decimated by a worm attack, as evidenced by the bodies and the large worm-like grooves and holes in the ground near the bodies, just outside the Factorum. And a second group is now approaching very rapidly.
Oh man, okay, so it's coming in on us.
There's about 20 goblins left to bring up to the ledge. About 30 minutes has passed since you first exited the mines.
Look like the tunnelers are going to intercept us before we can get all the gobos.
It would seem that way, yes. And currently, you're about here.
Well, do we want to intervene or do we want to take acceptable casualties?
So what was the... So what exactly is happening?
There are the first group that was making their way to the Factorum when Sarah and Arjo were first up there has been killed off by a worm apparently, and there now appears to be a second party that has split off from the main group. Now that the battlefield has quietened down, and they appear to be rapidly making their way towards the factory.
All right. How... I guess... Like, how many are there? Like...
A good 30 odd.
Okay. It's about 30 small group versus 100 tiny angry goblins that are now outfitted with the same weaponry and gear. Not necessarily proficient though.
Probably not very proficient though.
Yeah. Well, it's... Combat is... Combat. Like, they would have to fight regardless. Like, it just happened to happen sooner than we thought it would.
Agree. Oh, I am mildly curious. Do you think the
What?
Arrakis will hold their own?
I don't see why not. Slightly laggy.
A little bit laggy, sorry about that.
No, that wasn't a remark on you. Question. Does this outer wall actually have like a parapet that you can walk on?
The outer, yes, it does.
Well, I mean, close the gates, bottom them, and then have... No. They have a bunch of arrows, they have a bunch of bows and crossbows. The dwarves might think twice about attacking a fully defended, you know, Factorum. I think the goblins can hold their own quite easily with that.
So there are about. Oh, hang on, Firefox bloody crashed on me again. Give me a moment to reload.
I'm not surprised.
And so did Discord.
Oh, well, you're here still, so.
And so did my stream view. Yeah, everything just crashed.
Oh, wow.
What? So it
Oopsie.
was like one by one, everything crashed. Oh shit.
Firefox, do his thing.
Mm-hmm.
Might be...
Oh.
Does, like, when you say everything crashed, does, like, full screen go black, or...?
Just Firefox just tells me that, oops, everything crashed.
Okay,
Oopsie doopsie.
Oopsie doopsie.
gotcha. Because if it was on...
Oh no, you did a fucky wucky.
Mm-hmm.
Not
Now
that
you're gonna
game.
sleep in the forever box.
I should-
Do-do-do. There. Okay. Here we go.
Did you
So-
just literally dare your PC?
No, I just, I'm talking to myself. Okay, now to launch it in stream mode. mean, feel free to talk amongst yourselves while I do this.
You good? Big old
They'll
map.
probably be fine. We outnumber them. They're very angry.
So, yeah, like, Liska's going to go over siege warfare real quick with the goblins. Be like, okay, close, blockade the gates, stand on the parapets, make sure you're standing behind things if possible, shoot down from above, make sure that if they turtle up, shoot from the sides.
You're talking with the individuals that have already been up on the ledge, yeah?
Or just all the goblins, honestly. Like, there's 100 of them. They can line and pin. They can line the top
Okay,
but some are cut off right now. They're still climbing up, but
yeah.
Are about to be intercepted by tunneling worms. We're about to take goblin casualties.
So where? Okay, so y'all didn't explain that when I asked what was happening. You just said there were dwarves coming from the outside. So what ledge? The ledge that we came up and stand on, like that we came down from, or
okay?
what?
So you are all on this ledge. There are. Oh,
Okay, yeah.
hang on. Okay.
There you
The hog for the fucking.
That's
goblins
fine. I
isn't
understand what you're
showing
saying.
up.
Continue.
Okay.
On the upper ledge, what's going on?
You are all on the upper ledge, and most of the goblins have made it to the upper ledge. There are now 10 goblins that have yet to make it up onto the ledge, and there is I'm still trying to sign in. Hang on. Okay.
It's okay.
Okay.
I believe what was described is there's the same ripples that were seen when the worms were burrowing, and there's deep dwarves accompanying it. So some deep dwarves and some burrowing worms are beelining right towards the goblins that are still climbing up the wall.
No.
Okay.
There are the deep grooves are from the previous battle where the previous group of deep dwarves that Aja and Saoyun were apparently killed by a worm. The worm is no longer there. It's just the grooves that of just the remnants of that battle. There is now one additional group of about 30 deep dwarves that is now rapidly approaching the gates to the Factorum that have split off from the rest. And so, I can bring us back in. Okay. Get my notes back up. Okay. So there's about 10 goblins left, and this regiment of 30 dwarves has now approached the exterior of the Factorum. You hear orders being barked in the distance in Undertongue. Aja and Grunker, something akin to "Knockaros!" What do you do?
Okay, so they're outside the Factorum.
Yes.
Okay. Why? And there's only like 10 goblins climbing. All the rest are still down there.
There's 10 goblins left down in the Factorum, awaiting to be
90 up, 10 down.
Oh, then let them continue climbing.
Okay.
I thought we were still down in the Factorum. I didn't realize that we had gone up at all. So
I did say that one by one you were being lifted up to the ledge.
I mean, that's fine. It's just I'm sure the goblins would be. There's only 10 still down there. I'm sure everything will be fine.
Sure.
Sorry, it was just I didn't realize why this was an issue. Yeah, let them keep climbing.
Okay.
Like, it's... Yeah.
If they die, they die.
Well, I mean, they probably won't. Like, that's the thing. Like, they have to enter in, see the goblins climbing. There's still... Yeah, no, it'll be fine.
Well, they are over the site of the walls essentially. The ledge is a lot higher than the walls of the Factorum. The walls themselves are about 20 feet tall. You're standing about 150 feet up on the ledge, and so they would be able to. They would have line of sight from the goblins being lifted by the weavers towards the ledge.
Okay. I mean, okay, but as soon as they're on the the doors are still outside the closed Factorum gates. They still have to breach through. By the time they get in the next, unless they can get
the gates
to the back.
The gates are not closed.
Okay, I mean, fine. Like, unless they can get to the back, up into the dark, shadowy stalagmites, because the goblins aren't carrying torches. Like,
yeah, it's 10 goblins still in the process of being lifted up by the weavers, not in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The weavers move fast enough that by the time the dwarves can even get within range to shoot or maybe even see them,
they'll be
because
carrying. That'll be half their movement. So
yeah, sure, that's fine. But as soon as they get over 60 feet, they're out of the dwarves' line of sight.
Okay, so
sorry,
they're
I'm
out
just,
of the dark vision.
Yeah. That's all I'm saying. Like,
the bows, even if the gate was closed, right? If they got long bows, that's 600 feet long at disadvantage. But the problem is, we established that top part is just about completely black.
Yeah.
And if they're flying up and down in the void of air where there's no fungus to bioluminate, they aren't putting off any light, and dark vision has a 60-foot range. They're 10 feet away. They're firing into a space that they can't even see to confirm something is there, and they're firing at disadvantage again, not that it stacks, because they're at maximum range of the weapon.
Okay, so
like the likelihood of them being able to hit is almost impossible because they can't even tell where the target fucking is. They'd just be peppering an area where they think we are based on some previous intelligence.
So they
can't even see us.
So they'd see the goblins in the process of being lifted up into darkness, and then when they reach darkness, they wouldn't be able to see them. So all they're seeing right now is just goblins, deep dweller goblins
into the darkness
above. Yeah, exactly.
So this area is illuminated.
Yeah, in all honesty, they probably see goblins being picked up by Arrakis and like, oh, well, those goblins are dead. So, like,
Maybe.
they just see goblins getting picked up and pulled into darkness. Like,
I'd see them with the armor, and they might connect 2 and 2. I think they know that they're working together by now, because they know that the outsiders are working with the Iraqis, and we got they know about Grunka, and they have information. I'd be willing to give.
They also probably think that if they're wearing dwarven armor, like maybe that's some leftover green goblins, greenskins.
It's entirely possible.
Who knows?
It'd be hard to tell from 6.
And even still, that's their allies being taken away by the Arrakis. So they would be firing on the Arrakis with disadvantage for this.
Yeah, sure. Like sure. Anyway, we're gonna keep moving.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so you continue.
I think the whole thing summarizes as it's going to be difficult for them to do much, and we're going to keep slinking outside of the range of their sight, so we don't make targets of
ourselves. As soon as they get out of the dim light of the forges, they're in complete darkness, and they can't be seen.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're saying. I'm going to stick my head out to pull my head back. What the fuck does the rest of the party want to do? Liska and Arger are thinking, oh, well, they'll get up in time, and they're not going to be able to reliably hit. Keep going. Is Grunka like, no, my people, does Salyun want to do anything? Vellum's been quiet. I mean, does anyone else want to do something? Here's your chance for agency to get involved. We're not dominating the situation.
I can't really do much since while I am the most ranged character we have by non-magical means, I don't have the range to shoot people from here.
Same.
And even if I could angle anything, I would be basically shooting in the dark.
Okay. So
You have any problems?
Bellum.
I forgot to unmute. Sorry. I'm good. Keep going.
Okay. Seems like we just keep going, boys.
All right then. So you watch as you all hear one of the deep dwarfs shout "Release!" Pointing towards one of the weavers who's just rapidly kind of come darting down to grab one of the goblins and then rising back up again. If it would, group attack would go through. Come on.
It's a lot of stuff.
Come on, here you go. Alright, so,
Wow, that's a lot of attacks and only 14 hit.
at disadvantage, so I have to do that again.
Why do you do that to yourself, Jader?
I'm just glad that the mob attack is actually macroed.
Imagine rolling 30 of those.
Come on, push that through. You can do it. Okay, so 14 attacks. Damage. See how many they managed to kill. Or
So
hit.
1-to-1 with disadvantage. You actually miss a lot. So like those natural 20s all get cancelled out.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah,
ones
I'm
still-
looking at that now. So I'll say that I'll say, you know, just for brevity here, they only managed to hit about get 5 hits in.
Yeah, because I guess technically the way you should have done it is that 14 hits and then those have to do at disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of rolling 30 again, you had to roll 14 again, technically.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's probably a good, just easy, quick number to do.
Yeah, just only about 5 of those hit. Number of hits. And oh, that was average. 5 times 7. Okay, so this smaller group of archers among these kind of heavily armored deep dwarfs from beyond the walls that kind of unleashes a barrage of longbow arrows towards your position against specifically against the weavers, and some against the goblins being ferried up into the darkness of the ledge. There's 3 arrows strike 2 to 1 goblin, and a weaver pair, and they both kind of plummet to the ground dead. Second volley narrowly misses a second pair. A third manages to miss another weaver, but striking the third goblin through the heart, kind of killing him. Let's see, another one strikes another goblin through the neck, and he plummets down towards the ground. And then one last, that'll be, yeah, there we go. Another one strikes one through the shoulder. He loses grip and plummets down to the ground. And unfortunately, you do lose 5 goblins among your ranks. However, most of the other 5 goblins, including Fliz, managed to avoid much of the arrow fire. And as Fliz manages to just narrowly kind of miss an arrow, she pulls back an arrow and from her newly acquired dark iron. Knocks an arrow into her dark iron crossbow and kind of fires it down towards one of the others. Disadvantage, which kind of ping across the ground. It's being awkward as she's kind of being carried underarm by this kind of freaky weaver, and manages to doesn't quite manage to land a shot in the chest of one of the archers. And Fliz, last of the Deep Dweller goblins, kind of disappears up into the darkness to meet with all the rest of you. And you will begin to keep on moving across the main ledge. Just keep on running. However,
It's been worse.
Saoyun, you do notice off to the east what appears to be 3 tall figures slowly drifting through the air towards your position. Or at least some semblance of your position where you were last seen or communicated to have been seen. But you all just keep on moving, kind of ushering this larger crowd of deep dweller goblins behind you.
Sao would, of course, mention to the people in the group that we have a tailwind of people around us. And I do not like it.
Maybe, if we stay in the dark, they're not going to be able to see us and know where we are.
Alright.
Yeah. I mean, I could fuck with them if you want me to fuck with them. I've got a little thing I like to do. Want me to? I can make a little illusion and light up a rock underneath it so they can see it and make it look like Anka shooting a bow or something at them, and they'll get distracted, or we fuck off.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Continue across the ledge. The number of pebbles kind of tumble off into the lava below. As this great mass of deep dwellers now kind of trailing behind you due to the width of the ledge. And it's then that you'll begin to hear the rumbling. Sort of faint tremor
under the ridge, underneath us.
Not
Where's the rumbling sound like it's coming from?
Not underneath you. Make a perception check.
Okay. The passive boys, do they get anything? While I'm just trying to see if it's weird. Fine.
Saoyun, go ahead and make. Okay. Liska, you can definitely pinpoint this rumbling. It seems to be the kind of very, very, very faint aftershocks of where the rumbling seems to be coming from, which appears to be on the main battlefield.
Also, Janet.
Yeah.
Did you make sure that the recording didn't stop?
Yep, it's still going.
Yeah, because I think unless you started the stream again, I think that stopped.
It'll reconnect.
Yeah.
You continue to hear the strange rumbling. It's then that there is a cacophonous crash of dirt, stone, and rubble that fills the chamber. This radiating sound, a symphony as one by one you watch numerous enormous creatures burst through the tunnels made by the worms during the battle. Chittering roars and clacking of massive mandibles fills the cavern as approximately 200 juggernauts burst forth from the tunnel, spread all across the battlefield.
Sweet.
A great cloud of weavers comes swarming up from beneath. You see approximately 5,000 Arrakis warriors come spilling out from the tunnels like a plague of rats. And though they're few in number compared to the Deep Dwarves, it seems as though their aerial support from the weavers seems to make up for it.
And you have a fear of bugs, turn away.
Indeed. However, you take a look at this, and you just keep running across the ledge, attempting to make your way to some semblance of safety. You hear the deep bellow of a war horn as you watch the you hear the deep bellow of a war horn from the Deep Dwarf army, who begin to charge into battle with a resounding, thunderous war cry and the calamitous bashing of shields. The massive Myrmidons, all of them lead the charge, being sent in first to soften the Arrakis, matched only by the light of by the wave of the Juggernauts, who's also the front line to the front line of the Arrakis. And you watch as both sides clash. Devastating fire against the heavy chitin. The Deep Dwarves form this kind of double high defensive shield wall against the oncoming warriors who crash into it. Swords doing little against the pikes of the wall. However, there's only so much a shield wall can do against aerial bombardment. As the weavers unleash a payload of acidic and poisonous globules down upon their ranks, thinning their line. But with each weaver that extends too far is swiftly dealt with by the sharpshooters of the backlines of the Deep Dwarves and the swift firebolts from the Myrmidons. However, though the warriors are few in number, they are hardy creatures, and amongst themselves 5,000 strong, they seem evenly matched against the 10,000 man strong Deep Dwarf army. And gradually you can begin to see the Deep Dwarves' ranks thinning against the onslaught, and they seem to be falling back into a more defensible position.
I mean, that's a good thing.
If they're falling back, I mean, good, right? That's what we want. To, like, get them to fall back onto the bridge, and then when they're at a choke point, we bomb it or something.
Yeah, definitely.
Then they can't get out of the way.
Oh, Sirenscape crashed.
You know.
Yep.
Oh, hang on. Let me restart that.
It's actually really good.
I mean, even having, can you imagine, like, so, like, the army force them back onto the bridge, and then
You can
have,
actually
like,
get them right here. In this area.
and then you just have
Army will be able
Juggernauts
to bunch up.
cut bridge here, cut bridge there, and then you just have a bunch of dwarves, like, I mean, it's...
Stuck on the island, and then you
Yeah,
just drop a
it's
fucking
the-
keg in the middle, and they're done.
I was gonna say, it's, you know, it reminds me of, sorry for the UK folk, but Dunkirk, where they're just trapped
Oh, yeah.
on an island getting wrecked.
So, it's at this point you begin to see Saoyun and Vellum. Both of you would see this, actually. You see individuals emerging from atop the obsidian tower.
even though it got a fucking stalactite spike through it.
You see 3 stout, long-robed figures. Dark priests in all likelihood, emerging from the top of the tower. They begin to crank some sort of wheel and cog mechanism. And you watch a 20-foot tall purple crystalline formation begins to rise up from the roof of the tower, and now all of you see this.
Oh no. Oh no.
That's not good.
I do a.
Fuck it.
Well, for humans, is that emitting light or anything, or is it underneath enough light from below the lava that I can see it?
It is glowing, so it does emit its own light source. So you would be able to see this.
I'm trying to find where my poggers is. Where's the party pogger?
Just here. You've made it to this point.
Oh, we're going
Fucking
back where we
tiny.
came.
Well, we're running, and then we're gonna have Weavers take us across. I'm
Okay.
imagining.
Can I do a quick blessing and test my intellectual capacity on what the fuck that is?
Make an Arcana check.
Right. And I'm gonna go ahead and do my little blessing. Test, see what the fuck that is.
24. You've only seen this type of thing before, or rather heard about this type of thing before. Particularly on the walls of Fortress Croth. Liska, you would also know about this. It's a type of arcane defense built for the purposes of withstanding siege. A variation on the Wall of Force spell. And with enough power and linked with other crystals, these types of implements, these types of mechanisms can extend to encompass both itself and the entirety of a city in times of crisis.
So
And
it's
as
like a bigger version of the dome on the arena.
in a way, seemingly heavily modified. And as you think to yourself this, you can see. Oh, Sirenscape keeps crashing. Not the time
That's
to do it.
Hasn't crashed for me yet. Interesting.
Yeah, it's still been going. It's still been going, even though it's been crashing.
You see, as this purple glowing crystal rises up from the roof of the tower, like a lightning rod, you can see as it seems to conduct the long streams of orange energy from the temple itself. And as the fiery energy hits the crystal, there is an immediate reaction. A wave of arcane energy reverberates throughout the cavern, in the shape of a fiery dome. Both around it and the top of the tower ripples into existence.
Oh, jeez.
Then you watch another dome. This one is much more massive, ripples to encompass the entirety of the temple. Very much reminiscent of the sort of Battle for Wakanda in Infinity Wars.
Oh yeah.
It seems to ripples to encompass the entirety of the temple, the tower, the front lines of the Deep Dwarf army. A third ripple begins to form around the back half of the Flamekeeper temple, near the source of these long tendrils of fiery energy that seems to be powering all of this.
Well,
Is there anything like magical knowledge that I get from the 24 Arcana, like means to disable it or anything like that? How it functions?
It's
Because it seems like I got a little bit more history there than Arcana of how the magic of this works.
it wouldn't necessarily be difficult to destroy it. The matter would be getting to it. You could quite possibly say you've heard about the disintegration spell. That could be useful against let's see. Yeah, there is one fault of these types of barriers that you would know of. It's very protected, but due to the strain of its size, it's vulnerable to extended and sustained attack over a period of days, and also they do require guardianship, if you will, individuals to monitor their protection, if you will. Could be because while they manage to protect entire cities, they would be vulnerable to, say, any sorts of physical damage, a dispel, if you will.
A pure arcane dispel, not like physically removing it from its thing. Work as well.
These aren't typically able to be removed from their holsters. I have to keep restarting.
Bad news.
See, like, given how big this fucking bubble is, does the dome go up into the stalactites? Like, is the ceiling within the top of the dome?
Yes.
Sweet.
Fucking nuke him from orbit.
You mean is the dome beneath the ceiling, or is it?
Does the ceiling transcend? What the fuck is the word I'm looking for?
Is the ceiling low enough to be encompassed by the dome?
Oh, no.
Okay.
The ceiling is like over 900 feet high.
The ceiling is it's not like a completely spherical dome. It sort of spans out like a sort of that. It's not
an actual circle thing.
No, it's
a lazy dome. It does not. The crystal's up high because it does not go up, and it's just working down. Alright, so we can't orbital bubble.
Why am I reminded of the Simpson movies where they fucking do the glass dome?
Similar.
Well,
Audrey will pipe up.
What it is?
Really bad news. Things require disintegrations, which are legendary spells, more or less, or forms of dispelling magic. Can anyone here cast dispel magic?
Let's get raised.
No.
Right? What?
I'm just kidding. No, I can't.
Don't give me hope like that.
Like, why would you ask me? Come on, look at me.
I don't know. You're resourceful. You could have a magic item that Torment uses to delete casters. But
I mean, I do. And she waves her hammer.
Yeah. Funny. But it requires special dispelling magics. It requires disintegration. It's heavily fortified base, and they're incredibly durable. You can't really remove them. And this draws from an incredible source of power to function, which happens to be, looks like some sort of magical ley line coming right from this pool of magma, which it is only feet away from. So it has unlimited sources of power that is directly wired to it, and we don't have a means to destroy that.
As you're saying this, you watch as the ripple of the massive dome careens into the ground in the battlefield. You watch it strike a number of deep dwarves and Arrakis alike, just completely incinerating them. sometimes cauterizing them in half. Some Arrakis try to force their way through. Some weavers, like bugs on a bug zapper, are turned to ash mid-flight. After a moment, the Arrakis and the Deep Dwarf forces kind of back away from the barrier, now separated.
Sal just looks to the party and then looks to the dome and then the crystal. Well, looks like we're not getting out of this one.
Well, I guess the question is, do we go there first? And she, like, points to the temple. Or do we go there first? And she points to the giant crystal. Like, if we can somehow just break or disrupt the crystal before we take the temple, our forces can back us up.
Do best you can tell. As I think I did say this, didn't I? There was a field around the crystal. I'm not sure that it actually came on the visual there. It should.
There's a giant orange dome.
Yeah, but
Big dome, smaller dome around the Flamekeeper, and then that's the only dome.
smaller dome around the smaller dome around the top of the tower as well.
Yeah, I just see the little one down here.
Yeah. Right. Hang on. Let me fix that.
I retract that previous comment then.
Sorry, my bad. That should have come up.
That's alright. It happens.
I'll
There's
also
a lot happening.
They'll also say they're incredibly durable, the crystals, requiring incredibly powerful magical spells to destroy them, because you can't really do so by mundane means. You have to literally disintegrate it. It is so.
I was just going to break
potent.
the thing it was standing on and then throw it into the magma.
It's a really good idea. However, you can't really do that because of the absolute strength needed to contain the energies. It's just not really breakable.
Oh.
Or
Stone
yeah,
is
I don't think it's just normal stone. I think it's magical fucking super metal meant to contain this infused with laser.
I mean, I'm
fully
not gonna
understand.
attack. Again, I wouldn't attack the crystal itself. I'd attack like the thing it's standing on, or the thing that is standing on. You know, you go far enough down, eventually you get to something that's not magically protected. And then magma. Like, I have a feeling like, I don't know, just super powerful magic items tend to, you know, even in the prime, just disintegrate in magma. Like, imagine if just like a small little goblin had like a magic, I don't know, like a ring or something, and he was just falling into magma. Like, I feel like the ring would probably, like, so I think.
What if
we
the
could
ring
get,
was
like,
able to like float on liquids? Would it float on the magma, or would it sink?
I mean, it kind of.
Sal looks to Grunka.
Well,
I think we're getting sidetracked
as
here.
you're discussing this.
The point is, we're kind of fucked right now.
Language.
I'm sorry.
You do notice.
How can I rephrase this?
There's a tense moment of quiet as the Arrakis forces begin to kind of stalk around the exterior of the barrier. Some try their hand at getting through, but it's only the Juggernauts and the Weavers who seem to be able to make any sort of impact on the barrier with kind of brute force and with a caustic spray. It appears that this battle has just turned into one of attrition.
Lisk is going to
see which
turn to the Weavers and stuff that are with them and be like, tell your people to go under it.
They all kind of chitter to each other and say, they kind of chitter to each other and say,
We will communicate what we can through the barrier.
Please
you
do.
watch. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I said, please do. And another question. If whenever it hits the wall above us, because we are inside the bubble, does it look like it cuts through the stone? Or does it look like it just stops? Like whenever it hits a solid, not burnable object like flesh, does it just stop?
As you look behind you into the cave, it seems to cut off the cave.
So it goes through earth or stone.
Okay, interesting. So it is a. So when does it stop? Does it look like it partitions the lava too?
As you look over towards the second, towards the half of the this half here of the barrier, it seems as though it kind of meets with the magma and then stops. There is some element of fire.
Okay.
He's going swimming, boys.
Interesting. So how is the wall we're standing on still there? Alright. Let's... Okay. So it cuts through the rock in the cave system. Interesting. Okay. Okay. I can think of ways to get through it, but I don't know anyone brave enough.
I'm not about to stick my fucking hand in what amounts to, a fucking wall of, fuck you fire.
Oh no, that's not what I was gonna say. I was gonna say something like,
A
just
slight dip.
no, like get something thick and it's heavy, and then have magma on it, and then, walk through underneath it like an umbrella. Like
Two
I don't know why.
issues. One, find something that heavy and that thick is one thing. Another, which is my second issue, which is two, how the fuck are we gonna scoop up magma and then put it on like an umbrella?
I mean, quite easily. Regardless,
Were you saying to go underneath the magma or carry the magma?
Carry it.
like, yeah, like Ketty, like,
Dump
yeah,
magma on them.
I mean, it is definitely something that can potentially be done. I mean, even building up magma into kind of like a, like, what's it? Like, put magma there, build it up, and then cool the center, so it's almost like an archway of magma that you can go through.
It's really impressive, but I don't have anything that can do that.
Oh, I wasn't
Yeah.
saying, like, we're inside. We don't have to worry about the barrier. It was just, brainstorming for the Arrakis, since apparently it cuts through stone. She points to the cave where it's blocked off. It seems magma is the only thing that it doesn't burn.
Well,
Well, we have run into quite a
Jeez.
conundrum.
Well, I mean, we obviously have to go to the Flamekeeper Temple, because that's the only place that isn't blocked off from us. Right? Because the way, and this is just looking at the map, I don't know if the map is completely accurate, but it looks like the bubble doesn't cover the entrance, which is like right here. It's covers something above it.
It seems that way. Yeah, it seems to be covering where this around the central portion of where this source may be coming from. It doesn't appear to intersect through the temple through the temple itself, which is very strange.
So yeah, that or take the tower. I'm assuming there is an entrance somewhere, probably where the bridge is. But I think the Flamekeeper Temple is what we're left with just to get the barrier down, since it is what is powering it.
Yeah.
I don't think we have another choice. The issue is, how if we even get into the temple, how will we get past the second little barrier guarding the stone?
Sorry, what stone? You talking about the one on top of the tower or something else?
Yes.
Oh,
You
well,
said
I-
there's another barrier surrounding.
Oh, well, if we take down the source of power that's powering the stone, the barrier will go down too. Like, if we take out the Flamekeeper Temple, all the barriers will stop.
And the
Wait.
likelihood of us surviving that encounter would be
Well, since we were going to do it before the barrier even appeared, like, I feel like it is a moot point.
Yeah, well, we kind of have to do it. We can't really leave now. We're stuck in the bubble. I suppose I could leave.
actually look closer, and Sao points towards the temple.
Huh?
I think it might be possible to eliminate the power source by going through the temple.
Yes,
Inside
that
of
is,
it.
yes, that is
Yeah.
what we were saying.
That's the plan. What do you mean?
Janner, in regards to the message you sent, did you leave out the bubble or shield thing?
I said, as you look onto it, it doesn't seem to intersect through the temple. It may be possible to eliminate the source of power by going through the temple and into wherever this source of power is coming from.
That's essentially what I was trying to say.
Okay,
Yeah, I mean, that was the plan.
fair enough. And as you kind of look onto the temple, you can now see a number of Myrmidons beginning to exit the temple in pairs, kind of marching along the bridge towards the front defensive lines. 10, 20, 30, 70, 100 Myrmidons, each accompanied by a Flamekeeper. It seems a vast majority of the defensive forces now surrounding the temple are now being kind of reprioritized to the defense of the front line in preparation for when the barrier breaks. A few have been left behind to guard the temple and shore up its defenses.
Well, that's nice.
I don't have anything else.
I say we go and fuck shit up. I mean, like I said, we were gonna be doing it before, like before the bubble. Might as well keep doing it now. We just have more reason to.
Okay. Then. So you indicate this towards your towards your Weaver comrades, and they kind of respond with
We shall drop you off first, cause a distraction while we gather your other comrades.
Sounds good.
All right. You all brace yourselves, and you all begin to be picked up by each Weaver one by one, and you begin your journey, your perilous journey across this massive sea of lava. It bubbles beneath you. The heat is radiating throughout your clothes, your armor, the sweat pouring down your face. And you try not to look down best you can, as it is just liquid death strewn beneath you. And the fall is a good 50 feet. However, you avoid that and continue up towards the darkness of the stalactites. I need, as you approach the temple, I would like, let's see, darkness, go ahead and make us the stealth check to avoid being hurt.
Would this be us or the bugs? Since it's most likely their wings that are going to be hurt.
Fair point. This would be the Arrakis. Let's see, how many, this would be 3 swarms to carry all of you.
And maybe the shield sounds the same. Just a buzz.
Perhaps. Let's see.
Yeah, well,
This would be advantage in darkness, or
I mean, it's up to you. Like, it depends on
fair point.
like what type of perception they're using.
Yeah,
Like,
also
if they're
depends, like,
looking,
how
then-
bright this lava is.
Yeah, if they're like passive, if it's disadvantage, it's just a -5 to their passive.
yeah.
Uh,
Okay. So let's see. Or 3. Let's make that public. So 1, 2, 3 swarms. 17. Yep. They all pass their stealth checks. Keeping high towards the darkness of the ceiling, weaving between these massive stalactites. As you approach the temple, you can see it in its entirety now. The temple itself is situated atop a 100-foot tall plateau, and it's situated at the precipice of a tremendous lava fall that kind of oozes into the wider lake below. The temple itself is surrounded on all sides by kind of a smaller lake of magma that funnels into the lava fall. This large clusters of magma cap fungus sprouts from the rocks. You see a grandiose construction reminiscent of a cathedral, and to some extent, a sort of magic school almost. It looks Aja, it looks similar in aesthetic to the Royal Mages Guild Hall in the Carthan Commonwealth, in Bulkreath specifically. It appears to be crafted from dark stone. Seems to lack all the imaginatory aesthetic enjoyed by other cathedrals, and it's very sort of brutalist and has an angular aesthetic. But for what it is, the masonry is relatively fresh. In the grand lifespan of stone structures, it looks like it may have been established within the last few years. And
It's a new structure.
yeah,
It's rushed dwarven artwork, that's what it is.
and
Is it rushed?
they were Russian.
you do see that some pieces of the bridge may have crumbled away due to the proximity to the magma, but it looks like it's still holding firm after these years. And it seems all artistry in the temple seems directed at the stained glass windows, which almost seem to glow with a sort of fiery orange, telling in very kind of magnificent imagery the long story and history of the powerful and all-conquering Flamekeeper clan. And as you approach, you do see below a number of figures kind of leaving the temple and organising themselves into a defensive front. You see many deep dwarfs, some robed, some plated, each of them dressed in the reds, oranges and golds of the Flamekeeper clan. Probably some semblance of mages or spellcasters here. Or war mages.
That's gonna suck.
You also notice a number of Myrmidons that join their ranks. You hear orders being barked and fingers being pointed, but you're too distant to make them out. And as you just hover there in the darkness of the ceiling, looking down upon this, what do you do? As one by one you see pairs of smaller goblins, armoured deep dwellers kind of joining your ranks. And it just seems to be like a small trickle coming in right now as they all catch up.
They're starting to get prepared and form a front. I can't tell if they've noticed us yet.
Question.
Yes.
This front, how far from the front of the door is it?
There appear to be two fronts, rather. There's one at the front of the bridge around here, and one at the very front of the door.
Okay.
In fact,
Can you draw something on the map for us?
I can actually bring you over to the map.
Oh, hey, that's good.
Oh no, there's a map.
Less
We
lag.
got about 15 minutes.
I know. This is just going to establish what's going on where. Let's see here. Make sure I don't have anyone else accidentally on the map, seeing stuff they shouldn't.
Secrets.
Nope. Okay. Scroll back down. Drop all of you on the map there, and I'll bring you over. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see, Vladimir. So we'll say for the meantime. You are about 500 feet up, the very, very top of the ceiling. You are currently considered invisible.
This is a cool fucking map. Question.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, that burp came out of nowhere. The bridge. That wonky fucking bridge. How are the support structures beneath it?
They appear to be made out of, best you can tell, obsidian, which is how they were able to withstand the lava.
How many juggernauts do we have? Is it just the one that I'm on?
In your employ right now, just the one that you're on.
Okay. So, I don't want to do this
You're
without.
cutting out a bit for me.
I have
So,
a
For
question.
anybody else?
without.
I have a question.
Sure.
Would it be asshole-ish of me to just say I shoot the crystals from where I am and destroy the power line like I did before?
I don't know.
No, like
Oh.
I wouldn't mind.
Damn.
Because if I can get close enough to one, or even if we could just land on the area down here, and you guys would keep them at bay, if I go prone and just start firing, I technically could reach it.
It's like there's two, though. I think they're smart enough not to have just one.
I mean, you know, say.
Only one way to find out.
Yeah. And I was gonna say, like, you know, I don't want to just say to do this without consulting, because this is your, you know, all of your lives on the line as well. If we get set down around here, say hello to those gentlemen, and then have the Juggernaut just swing underneath, taking out pillars that support the bridge to make it collapse. How would all of you feel about that? Effectively trapping all these people on the other side, while we kill these gentlemen and then go in. We did want to destroy the bridges at some point.
Do you think the 5 things care about the lava?
Oh, I don't think they care at all, but it's more for the dwarves.
Aren't there still goblins in those?
Yeah, I don't know how that works. If they are immune to fire, or if it's just resistance, or...
That is a very good question. Oh, it sounds
Well-
like these where I hate having to give my opinion on things because I'm weighing so many options right now.
Hey man, go ahead. This is the time for party discussion.
Yeah, we've got some time for party discussion. I can't imagine we're going to enter a combat session right now. So now's the time. Get your discussions out of the way and planning.
I mean, on one hand, if I can destroy one of the crystals and disrupt the power line, that would give us a good amount of time while they try and panic fix it.
Oh yeah,
But
like
also B, it would require me being, sat down and able to hit it. Meaning you guys would have to stand front line and
I will
take
say,
the brunt
I will
force.
say, from up high, being held underarm by a weaver, you're going to be at a disadvantage.
Oh, I'm fully aware of that. That's why I said being sat down on the ground so I'd
Yeah.
have a better shot. But even just being able to shoot above at disadvantage, that would be just, equally as good because they would have a harder time reaching me and everybody else. But again, I would be taking, I don't know how many shots, at least 5, just to guarantee a single hit.
Which would oh wait, no, you would have already unveiled your position by that time.
Yeah.
Yep. Plus, I mean, it looks like you can shoot the crystals from certain points, like on this side.
Yeah.
And depending on how much the bridge collapses, you might even be able to.
Yeah.
But it's a good idea. I like disrupting the crystals as best as possible. Like, it's a very powerful magic, but it seems to be a very fragile one, so I'm happy to take advantage of that. So if Sao stays up, focuses on crystals, the rest of us who can go down.
You are all invisible. Sorry about that.
There you go. Sends perhaps Vadmia and Asher because they would be better from up on high. Yeah, I think
So you see-
that we could definitely.
You see Vadmir kind of awkwardly dangling from one of the weavers and says, I don't like this.
Well, after the combat happens, then we'll you'll be on solid ground again.
Okay.
Gonna suck.
I mean, if you wish to be down on the ground while we do this, that's fine.
She kind of looks down to the lava and magma and hot, very hot ground and says, on second thought, Vadmir would remain up here until you ask for her.
Smart. Good thinking, Vadmia. So, Grunka, myself, Vellum, go down, surprise, caster people in individuals. It's interesting. They is it just me or does people never seem to look up? Always seems to happen. But we go down,
Failed their
Disrupt.
perception checks, so they're
disrupt the casters, get everyone to where they need to be. Juggernaut takes out the remaining bridge, which will keep the dwarves from affecting us, but the Myrmidons still might be able to travel through.
It shall be done.
Alright. So, everybody okay with the plan? Everybody understand what they will be doing? Now is the time to speak up.
I don't have any direct notes to lay about, but proceed with caution.
I mean, it's good advice. Always good to know what you're getting into. So, Sal and possibly as well Azure taking out crystals, or, you know, doing what you can to mitigate the forces, and then the rest of us will mess with the dwarven individuals while the bridge gets taken out. We might be able to get inside at that time, and then, what's the word? Well, I guess just fortify the door. I'm sure there's some sort of locking mechanism.
Alright, is that your plan?
I would say yes.
Alright then. You all brace yourselves for the battle to come. And with that, we shall end there.
Cool. Zoom in. Shadows of the night.
All right.
So, roleplay heavy session, which is okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what did everyone think?
Do we want to let any of the Euro boys do Skittles first because of bedtime?
I don't have anything to do. I'm home alone for today and basically all of next week.
Kebabo? Or Valen? Sable, excuse me, since you feel bad, so you can fuck off and rest.
I'm gonna stick it in text.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, we
I hope you feel better, man.
Yeah, I hope you feel better.
Me too. I also hope that. I'm gonna go grab a shower and hopefully feel better. Take it easy, everyone.
Okay.
You too, man.
Hey, be good, man.
Yeah.
I hope he's
Poor
okay.
sad motherfucker. I hope he
Yeah.
does better.
Yeah.
I was talking about Sable, not Velen Liska. He is sad little man. No, we weren't. Yeah, okay.
So does anyone want to do their Skittles?
Once.
Don't have too much to say. Honestly.
Okay, that's fine as well.
I think the only skill I have is, again, something you have been working on for a while, and that is clarifying certain things when you say them. But that will be something everybody can work on at some point.
Yeah. Do you want to go with your Skittle before mine, Haven?
Sure. I have a couple. The first one, let's see. I'll start with something good. One, maps, always fucking fantastic.
Agreed.
Great. Especially like the last one, like with the bridges and shit. Very interactive. Wonderful. One thing that I'd probably say is, so, like what happened with Grunka's speech kind of left just as a player, kind of a bad taste in my mouth because, like, Gabo had it was something that wasn't in his element. He was kind of nervous to do it, and he gave a good speech. Like, he gave a great speech, and sometimes I think that just as a DM, you kind of have to feel these things out, and it's hard. Like, not saying you did anything wrong because this comes with experience, but sometimes you just have to, like, if your character does something big, or like your player does something big and like moving and important, sometimes just let it happen. Like, especially since they just won their freedom, he gives this huge speech. They were already kind of armed and amped and ready to go. Like, I feel like you could have just given Gabo what he
Passed.
yeah.
Okay. Fair
And it was
point.
just, especially given Fizzle, I forget her name.
Fliz.
Please.
Especially having her come and do another speech after him.
Yeah, I
Like,
sorry.
it was- Yeah. And so I think just particularly for I don't know, it just
in
the rug.
Grunka's situation.
Yeah.
Could I chime in on that and give a good example?
Sure.
On some of the strengths of this. I think there's two really good polarities to look at the speeches, right? Go back to Cliffspire, you've got Balthazar's speech. He is trying to rile up a bunch of people that aren't really interested in him. He doesn't super know these people. They don't have some deep connection, racial, cultural, whatever, right? They aren't on the in, right? They don't have that connection. And he's trying to win people over to his side and convince them to get a favor for him and like him more. Grunka is an important cultural icon to these people, if I recall. He was somebody, he did something really cool. Is that right? He was important?
I think what it boils down to for this is it was Grunka. He was doing a speech to goblins, for goblins, by goblins. In all senses, there is more than just a connection here. So having to roll for it, I felt like that would be more appropriate if, as example, as you did, that it would be more of a, if it was for to a different race.
Well, even in the situation, these guys are already all fired up, wanting to go. He's an important cultural kind of icon that was a hero that did stuff. He just literally freed them all from the shackles of slavery and is sort of reenacting the legend of Gek that broke the binds and is this legendary, awesome warrior or whatever. He's kind of like a second coming of that, man. And everybody already was with him. They're already part of the revolution, and he's giving a cool moment. I think in these situations, it can be worthwhile to understand the importance of narrative moments. Like, sometimes you're doing something that doesn't necessarily have amazing purpose, but it can be cool narratively, you know? And maybe something like Balthazar in that instance, where you gotta do a role because it's cool narratively, but it isn't a huge important thing. And then you have something like Grunka, where it is a very cool important moment, right? And it's pivotal, and he's basically already won. You're only introducing the chance of failure. It's nothing good will happen if he succeeds this role. They already wanted to fight and kick ass. What is the point of the role except just to introduce the chance of failure, right?
Yeah.
So be aware that roles mean failure. Roles take up time and they can be tedious. Like, I don't think he needed to roll to lift a barrel, right? And that's kind of the issue of just because you have dice and they make the nice click-clack sounds doesn't mean you have to constantly throw them. Because otherwise, throwing dice becomes tedious instead of fun. It becomes boring instead of rewarding. It's a chore. And again, it just introduces a failure possibility that maybe just that you'd be better off if it wasn't there and it just happened.
Yeah, Sable put it very well in that it's role play, ROLE, as opposed to role play, ROLL. Like, it's you let the character and the player kind of have their moment instead of the dice have their moment.
Yeah.
And so I like that to bring it all back in.
Sorry.
No, I mean, that's like we're all kind of expounding on it, and that's good. So yeah, just sometimes just like let things happen.
Yeah,
Like that's
yeah.
kind of what it comes
Okay.
down to. Like if a player does a big, huge speech in front of like people who are already amped up and like full for them, then like, hey man, like it's basically just a pat on the back, like you did good. Because I mean, that thing can be really affirming as a player. Like you're sitting there and you go in and you might be a little bit nervous. This isn't really your wheelhouse. Like perhaps you're not the player that plays charismatic characters who gives speeches. And the fact that Gabo did that,
Maybe
and
speeches
like
are
I
hard
said,
because English isn't your first language.
yeah, and he did a great speech, and it was well done, well delivered. And
Did you write that yourself? Sorry to interrupt, but did you actually write all that yourself, Gab?
Yeah.
Because that was really well written. I like that you included, break the chains, going back to the lore of the world. You got Gek and the hero. Like, on this note, I'm sorry interrupting you, but it's really worthwhile on that note to mention how good you did. How cool that speech was.
Thanks.
inspiration.
I voted.
Inspiration.
one.
Oh,
Double
okay.
inspiration.
Double inspiration.
Double inspiration. Give them 2. Put in your inventory. It weighs 3 pounds.
Oh, sweet.
That's another note I actually wanted to bring up. When it comes to speeches, if it's a spur of the moment thing where you don't have time to write things down and prepare ahead of time, then I would say rolling forward would be a thing. But if a character, in this case, who had exhaustion, since that would affect the roll, make it just a flat roll.
Yeah.
If it's the spur of the moment, and that's the key thing, just right off the cuffs.
Yeah.
But as we now have had time to prepare, and Gabba did very well with that.
Yeah.
Don't make it a roll, because
Yeah.
then you're
okay.
undermining the very roleplay effort your players put in. And that's
One of the
basically bringing
issues go ahead, finish your thought. Sorry.
that is basically just bringing back what has already been said of introducing failure to an option where failing should be the last thing we want.
Yeah. That's a really good point. And I think the best thing, and this is a skill, like as Avon said, comes with time. And this is things that even I fuck up on. My buddy I've been playing with for like 13 years can fuck up on still, because you always have that moment of clarity right after it passes. And it's just learning to read those moments and sort of see them as they're happening. And I think what it comes down to is determining, okay, there's about to be a moment. Would this moment increase the quality of the game by either adding narrative drama and tenseness? Would it add, a greater option and potentials? What would this thing do? Does it serve a grander purpose than just this one person? Does it move the world along in the story? Does it give more options to the players and open things up? Is it positive? If it is, sometimes you can just let things happen. Not everything has to be a check. But if it doesn't seem like it has immediate benefits that sort of support the whole of the fun, and it's kind of like, I want to make this MacGyver jig bomb thing to blow up the door in the back of the shop to steal his loot, maybe you roll for that because that's kind of silly. But going up to the barkeeper and saying, I put on my nice smile and I talk to him real friendly and say, hey, I'm new. I was curious, do you have any hints on work around here? Maybe you don't need to have a roll for diplomacy to make him like you, because he's trying to give you options as a player to move things forward. Grunka gave you an option with the speech of now everybody's motivated. Now the goblins want to go out and say, let's go get those weapons and armor and give it our all. And then that happens.
Okay.
So it can be a tool. Look and see how the players are acting and see if that can be a tool to move it forward. And if it isn't necessarily a beneficial thing that moves everything forward and is positive and increases the quality of the game, then maybe you can have a roll, because now you're introducing an acceptable chance of failure, and you probably don't want to introduce a chance of failure to maintain flow and pace of the game. And also reward the players.
And I also think, like, if you're not comfortable with taking like the rolls out of it, or like you're not comfortable knowing which moments have it or which moments don't, or like should or shouldn't, you can easily, like, sometimes failure isn't failure. Sometimes it's just not as good as it could have been. Like, there's pretty much nothing aside from go, like, fuck your face, I'm gonna enslave you now, like, put those collars back on, that Grunka could have said that would have messed up that speech.
Yeah.
And you could just be like give the speech, and even with the roll, like, just been like, yeah, even if you kind of falter, or even if something like this, like, you still see kind of the fervor in their eyes, like, and just make it not as, crazy awesome as if he rolled like a natural 20. Like, sometimes success is guaranteed. It just, all the roll does is tell you how much of a success it is.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, like, one of the things that you could maybe phrase that of is, like, there is going to be a rebellion, and now Grunka gets to step up and a chance to either cement himself as a leader, or he's giving them a bonus and inspiring them, and everybody will, get a +1 to all the shit they do because Grunka inspired them. Even if he fails, he still gave a really good speech. Everybody still wants to fight, and they're not like, look at this fucking jabroni up here or whatever, right?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, let's go fight. It's just they aren't in, a fervent rage like he goes into. He didn't super whip up the soldiers. So it's just like, maybe instead of succeed, fail, it could be happens anyway or bonus, And failure is important. That's important. Don't take away the risk of things, but maybe instead of just pass fail, you could try and have different states that occur, like Avon was talking about, like the degrees of success, or how much it happens anyway, and that could be like a different way to go about it.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I'll take that into consideration next time. In retrospect, yeah, I probably should have just let it happen.
Yeah. One concern about that hasn't been touched on too much. There was the talk of role play versus rolling play.
Yeah.
know,
I get what's meant by that.
Yeah. It's just a concern, and something like you've noticed. I kind of build some min-max optimal characters. I like doing that stuff, and I come from a background where guy ran really hard game, and you had to do that to survive because it was brutalist. So that's my nature now. But I also try and have fun with it. An issue is we've got a lot of newer or not super experienced players, and one of the things that might be a subconscious thing of, well, if I have to roll a check just to pick up a barrel and see how much it weighs, I'm going to have a lot of chances to fail and not be able to do things. I need to be able to have the best stats possible, and suddenly we start seeing a priority switch to being min-maxing super optimized characters.
That's
fair. They can do mundane tasks.
Yeah, I don't want things to go down.
It's an accidental consequence of incentivizing min-max.
Yeah, I don't want things to go down that route. So
yeah.
You don't want us to turn into absolute skill monkeys because you want us to roll for everything.
Yeah.
The absolute state. Imagine if I went full Munchkin.
Oh god.
And everybody's like, wow, that's working out well for him. I should do that.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll not everything's going to require a roll in future. Apologise about that. I'll take that into account.
We're not trying to rip you an ass here.
No.
These are just...
I understand. It's what it's for. This is what Skittles is for.
Yeah. And again, you're an amazing GM, and I don't want to throw that in your face and make you feel bad. It's just like, these are things we noticed. The fact you've improved this much is absolutely fucking absurd, and it baffles me.
Yep.
I mean,
do we want to mention the Goblin Cave Wall thing?
The what?
Oh, yeah.
Goblin what now?
The incident with the goblins and the detours and the cave wall and
Oh, right. Yeah. When
just to be, realistic, that could have never happened and nothing would have changed.
I kind of feel like a Skittle for us, we probably should have just, because like a lot of that was also conversation of, wait, hold on a minute,
Yeah.
we probably as players should have just rolled with it, let him do the shit that it was gonna do. It wasn't even shooting at us anyway, and so that way we could maintain pace and then just talk about it after session, because like we have a habit of confronting during session of like, well, hold on a minute, and sometimes that's important because Janner, you can do some fucking absurd things sometime, and we have to slow your wagon, otherwise we fight a CR-17 storm giant.
Yeah.
But
I'm never doing that again.
But on the flip side, we also have to curb ourselves and know when is the right time, because the whole point of that was pacing. Because like they're 400 feet away at the gate, 600 feet, max range. They're firing into the darkness. They can't even see the targets. They've got 60-foot dark vision. So far away, they'd probably have to make perception checks even to see it. They go up and they're able to just start shooting, and then things go fading into the darkness. At one point, you said, oh, well, maybe with the goblins, it looks like they're being carried off, but they're also shooting at the goblins later on. A little bit of inconsistency, and I can't help but feel that could have been a fun thing, and I know exactly what you're trying to do, and it was cool. But that could have just been, as you're climbing up and going across the mountains, you see the last 10 or so goblins trying to scramble up as the weavers are going, and you hear, the dwarves that are going down these emptied crevasses of the worms' tunnels, surface up and say, loose, as they just pepper spray, and 10 goblins, that are just almost at the top of the wall just fall dead. They can't see you up in the darkness as they just continue to pepper the area, and they're left porcupines. And you on your own to go about your way. You now know that they're following you and just haven't found all of you yet. Yeah, and in, like the span of that minute or two, I think we didn't have to roll and see what hit, because it's kind of inconsequential what happens. We're not on a board. It doesn't really happen. It could have just happened anyway.
Yeah.
And it would have kept up the pace, would have been a more narrative moment. Because, like, I think the issue when it comes to that is improv. And the easiest way to buy time with improv and think about what to do is roll dice. And then if that happens, then things slow down a lot, and it'll let you kind of decide what's going on.
Yeah,
and sometimes things just go faster.
I definitely need to work on my improv. I guess that's one thing that I'm slower at than most others. Is just thinking it on the spot. See, all my DM notes, I've got like dialogues and phrases and what's happening kind of written out, and that. Sometimes I think that might be a hindrance.
You should run some just like basic, not super big important, just like really mundane one-shots.
Yeah.
Because I think playing as a player where you don't get the chance to prep and you have to do everything in response, the most you prep is kind of know how your character might respond to certain situations or feelings. Mm-hmm. Then you have to quickly adapt to a situation, process it, and decide an answer. And I think that will help your improv. So I might run some basic bitch one-shots that are just really short, simple things. So if you want to, you can get a chance to play if you're even interested in this. I can run it.
I mean,
your get you in a different creative mindset.
Your heist one shot. That idea could be one that I might enjoy playing.
Sure.
I'd be down
That's
for that.
something I probably want to put more time into. I haven't done anything
definitely.
really to prepare that other than basic bitch thoughts. But I'm just talking like you form a group of adventurers that are off somewhere in a completely different setting, or in this setting, whatever. I don't care. Could be in this setting for consistency.
Mhm.
And you're just some adventurers, and you're doing stuff, and you just get to play in the one shot of you're part of the X Adventure Guild or the Hunter's Keep. I don't fucking care. And you have to go kill goblins, green skinned goblins that are raiding a village. And you have chances to have little socializations with your party and meet people, and it's just a chance for you to play differently and learn a new set of skills. It doesn't have to be a big narrative story thing.
Yeah.
Could be, but you know.
Okay.
That's what I want the heist to be later, though. So this is I just think we need to get you in a different situation, so you can have some more.
Some more practice.
Excuse me,
improv
more of a
practice.
different set of skills built, which I think will help with improv.
Yeah.
Which is the main point: helping with flow and understanding when you need to rely on rolling and when you need to just say what happens. This is it. And also at a point you can just kind of say, hey, Avon, Atlas, sorry, they've got information, something happened, they know guys are here. They're just going to shoot in this direction and they're going to kill some dudes. That's just what's going to happen. We can talk about it after session. And then we'll shut up and we can get back to the pace.
Okay.
So don't be afraid to put foot down with us too.
Yeah. Yep. Okay.
And we need to work on that ourselves too, Avon. Because I know we... Anyway, I'm rambling, sorry.
I suppose one thing that I will say, that whole situation, it was like the perfect storm of what if this cool moment were to happen? I'll narrate like this. Oh shit, they're confronting me about it. Panic, I'm intimidated. I should explain how, and just something, this whole kind of the whole improv just goes out, just falls apart, and as soon as I'm like confronted and
I think that's on us too. Like,
yeah, and it's definitely so. Like, one of the things is definitely, like Atlas touched on it, or like a lot of times, don't be afraid to just narrate stuff that's out of our control. Like, like there's nothing we could have really done.
I couldn't have done anything there.
Yeah, like we were sitting there, like we were up on the thing, like we couldn't jump down, we couldn't reach or affect the dwarves at all. Like, don't
be intimidated to say a part of the story.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, I understand that you
Just
wanted to
say
kind
shit
of,
happens.
yeah, like you wanted to kind of bring us into this moment, but when you were just like, okay, this is happening, what do y'all do? And suddenly it's just like, oh, what can we do?
What can we do? Yeah.
Yeah, and so it's at that point in time where it's just like, and like I'll fully admit that I was just trying to, and like I was being an asshole in this, and I apologize.
It's
I was
no
just trying to
worries.
just be like, talk it out of happening. Just be like, would they even have seen them? Like, would they even be able to reach them? The bugs would move out of their range, like in a single turn. Like, what? Like, yeah. And that's my fault, and I'll own up to it, and I apologize.
Okay.
But, like, don't, like, I guess it's like the opposite of roleplay versus roleplay. Like, I don't know. It's just sometimes,
Yeah.
just as a DM, you can, like, there are moments that don't require player interaction to interact with the player.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to have a huge touching emotional moment, have a huge touching emotional moment. And just sometimes, like, all we can do as characters or players is just react to it. Like, it's not that we can affect it. It's not that we can, like, it's like standing on a cliff, pulling people out and watching a river, like a dam break, and just an entire river wash through a village. Like, you can't just turn and be like, what do you do? It's just like, oh, hold on, let me get my godly powers and undo all this. It's like sometimes it's just an emotional narrative beat that you deliver.
Or I could just say, how do you react?
I mean,
Or
even
something
like
akin to that.
true. Like, I probably
Yeah.
wouldn't even make it that on the nose or that prompt because, like, we'll react to it regardless.
Yeah, true.
Oh yeah.
So, like,
Just it's kind of like describing a building or something, like the fucking wonky weasel or whatever it was, the tilted tower. I don't remember. You described that place, and you
Wonky
didn't
weasel.
even say, "How do you feel about it?" We're just like, "Oh God, I hate this place. It's all sideways." You know, it's like we want to get into that. We want to discuss and we want to feel and we want to do stuff. You don't necessarily have to prompt us. It's kind of like being in a conversation, and whenever somebody else talks, they just ask a question. It's hard to have a conversation.
Yeah.
You know, so I guess maybe think like before you go off on a scene, it's okay to have a pause for a second and think, okay, this is what I want to happen. Can the players do anything about it? Well, they're 400 feet away, plus they're in the air, nobody has range, these guys are out of there, it's not targeting the players, so it's not directly on them. I can probably just narrate this and end it on kind of an impactful note, and just, you know, leave them on something as, you know, you're left standing there as you see your brethren and your allies fall to the ground, and moments later, thud is their corpse.
yeah,
And
you could have.
somebody would probably responded to that.
Yeah, you could have easily even involved, like, Grunka. Just been like Grunka, as you sit there, you see them, like, their eyes glance up at you in their final moments, like a resolute nod, knowing that this is their time, but thankful
For the
that they were
revolution.
able. Yeah, but thankful that they at least had this moment with you, and then they, like, fall to their death or die. Like, you can, like, those kind of things where, like I said, sometimes it's not just how do you react, like, what do you do, as much as just like, this is the world happening around you,
Yeah.
and then entrusting us players with being our characters in those moments. Like, sometimes you just see stuff happening, like, and it's just
Yeah.
like that in real life where, like, you can't do anything.
You know,
Like, the most you can do is just have the moment hit you,
yeah.
and just
You experience it,
You know,
but you can't necessarily control it.
the-
Kind of like a car crash.
the main feedback that I'm getting from all of these Skittles is just, you know, let stuff happen.
Yeah, I think that's the best thing is let things happen. If you're going to do something, or if something's going to happen, consider how it affects the pace and the
Yeah.
positivity of the game. And then if stuff does happen, understand that it may not happen directly to us, and it may not matter to stop and think how we feel in that immediate moment, because we're still experiencing it, even if it's not directly to us, even if we can't do anything about it. You know, so just let things flow a little more and not be too worried. And when it comes down to it, if things are getting bogged down, dude, you're God. You don't need dice to see what happens. You can just say shit happens. If somebody impresses you, they don't even have to roll. You can just say something happens, like, oh, that was a cool speech, man. Fucking the goblins get a +1.
Yeah.
You know, you can just
That's another thing.
incentivize things.
That's another thing. If somebody just says, let's just take a surprise attack on somebody from a rogue. If you hear your player just say, okay, I stab him, yeah, you might want to roll for that, because then it's just something akin to just, okay, I make an attack. But if your player, on the other hand, says, I go up behind him, making sure that he's not aware of my position, slowly and readily, one hand with a dagger and the other hand ready to grasp his mouth, I move in, grab his mouth, and slices his throat open in a quick succession, while then, with the same dagger hand, goes under his arm, over his chest, and drags him with me. Would you have a player roll for that?
I mean, you could. I think it depends on the situation to chime in.
Yes.
I mean, that's the same. That's the same thing. Like, if it's a super important, heavily armored guard and a plot point, like in a heist situation, maybe you'd want to hand wave that because that's cool, and that helps things get going and keeping the flow. But at the same time, you don't want everything to be a situation of you can just say it and it happens, right? But it's also kind of like you have to look at the skill difference. If you've got somebody like that rogue, or if big fucking Liska says, well, this guy's being a punk, I go up to the commoner level 1 fighter at best town guard giving me the stink eye, and I grab him by the throat and I lift him up. Now Liska's a fucking beast, and this dude's a level 0, level 1 dude with 4 hit points and at best some padded armor. It might not make sense for you to grab him with a roll and then do that. I mean, it's like Critical Role when what's his face, the barbarian, I just forgot his name. Yeah, when Grog the Barbarian's got the sword and he goes up to the gate guard of Zol's clan and he just stabs him in the gut and up and out the mouth. And Matt just went with it. He didn't roll attack, he didn't do damage, he didn't do anything. He just had a narrative moment, But at the same time, he can't do that in every combat. You have to train yourself and learn to
distinguish
discern
when to,
and then create narrative moments and when it's okay.
Yeah. That's one thing I need to work on.
That's just time.
That's also a key difference to keep in mind with describing an action in detail versus having a narrative moment. Again, with my rogue example, you could just say, okay, but instead of rolling for an attack for that, you could ask, roll a stealth to see if he notices you. Just as an example.
Yeah.
Well, you can flavor it up.
I think
either by doing different roles or doing the God mode thing of just having a narrative moment.
Yeah. But I think we may be waffling here. So I may stop recording. If anyone else has anything to say before I stop.
It's fucking excellent. Overall, it's good. Just because we have critiques doesn't mean it's not good. And we may chew into your ass, and we say a lot of negative things, but that's just because that's the shit we focus on improving.
Yeah.
Overall, amazing art. I love what you do with the voice changers. You put in more effort and you voice act on top of that. You create really cool custom assets, handouts, everything's very neatly organized to where even a brainlet like me can find things. You have a fucking index. You go off, and if there's a mistake, you correct yourself, you use visual cues. Everything is sort of has some layer of depth to it. Like the note, no one could read it, but because I have a class feature, you let me feel special and get more things out of it, And you, even if execution was kind of wonky in some cases with the speech, you still have safety nets prepared in the case of Fizz's backup. I got your back, Gronka, wingman kind of deal. You still have situations set up so if a player fails and it's not a super catastrophic thing, you still have something there to give them a support net. So you obviously think, you care, and you put in a ton of effort, and we do acknowledge and appreciate that.
Yeah. Oh, and one other small, super minor thing. Sometimes, I know you definitely enjoy doing it. It's a lore dump, but sometimes you don't have to read handouts. Sometimes you can just give them to a player, and then the role play goes along, and then just have them read to themselves, and they can condense it down to a summary or too long didn't read.
Okay, so I guess that mainly for the benefit of the VOD. Anyone else watching the VOD, but I can do that. I can do that in the future if you like.
Yeah, and the detailed information is there for players, and pertinent information is shared, and it's not like the fans aren't necessarily missing out in that regard because it's still pertinent information, but it also makes it a bit more, what's the term, I don't want to say less meta-y, because short of I doubt Sal was sitting there reading it all out aloud word for word. To me, that was more like Sal was sitting there reading it, and then Azure was looking over.
Summarizes.
Yeah. And so I don't know. It's
the biggest thing I can add to that is I asked you to read it out because you had the handout at the ready. And then, as I mentioned, Sal would relay the most pertinent information from that to the party. But I wanted you to read it because you had it at the ready.
Right. So if I just showed you it initially to start with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Another thing is, if we want you to read it out, as you give us a handout of a note, be it, you know, a fucking degree of purchase of an estate or a small note on a bandit, don't always read it out. But if we ask you to read it out, we likely want some kind of group thing out of it.
Okay.
Yeah. And it is possible that you don't read things out unless somebody asks, you know. That way the players get to read it. And it could be a fun moment that, like, you know, Sal could have been reading something and then Azure tries to correct her on the name and they have a moment there. And when you read the handout, well, not necessarily a negative thing, it just means that moment doesn't happen as a player. So it's more, that's the point where it starts to become more of you telling a story rather than us co-experiencing it.
Yeah.
Because sometimes a character wouldn't want to share certain information.
I was going to go into that.
That is exactly my point, which leads me into the reason I asked you to read it out was also because I wanted to share this information with the party because that's what Sal would do, and just made it easier if you just read it out as, you know, intended.
Okay.
Yeah, in that case, I think you did well. But if it's something like Azure, you know, he might not read everything word for word, and he might keep some of the things that he could find out secret if he worries that it's heretical and could inspire bad faith or fucking whatever, right? Or God forbid, you know, if we think about how Siren and Balthazar would act on that, they'd read it to themselves, kind of flick it over to the other person and go, fold it up and stick it in a pocket and say, all right, that was stupid, we're gonna go kill these assholes. You know, they might not share everything. So you might not even need to hand out to all players, or you could, you know, for the sake of fairness, but just say, hey, no one shared this in character yet, you know?
Yeah.
One of those things, you know, you got to think about if the characters would want to have that information freely distributed.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's another thing. Since I know you can give hands out to specific people, that is also a thing. In case of, you know, keeping certain information from other party members, not out of malice, but out of, you know, in-game reasons.
Yeah. What about the connecting the dots thing that I did with Salyun and Azure? Any feedback on that?
Kind of nice, actually.
Kind of like that. The problem is between that and then reading and everything, it was a ton of information to process. And as you saw, like, we tried to carry the conversation onto other people, but no one responded or was there, and it's kind of a situation when you read too much and then there's more narrative exposition that happens, people fucking zone out, man, because it's like
there's so much to take in.
It's so much to take in and process. Ironically, as I rant.
Mm-hmm.
So what I could do in future is sort of, I guess, split that up into small chunks across perhaps many different sessions, perhaps.
Or shortened relative information into something akin to a brief description of it, and if we want to read more into it, you can just have us read the handout on our own.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
However, if we do the fucking connect the dots thing, it would be nice if you could give us some kind of pointer to it. As in, like, you recall seeing this accept scripture on somewhere else recently, as an example?
I think I think I did that with the clues given through what I mentioned was the journal, Silex's the Twilight Prophecies, the way Silex spoke about the Pale One, the Exile, the talking between Krazax and this Lord Envoy, this Mortath character, and etc. etc. This is all information that you've had been discovered beforehand. It was literally just connecting the dots between them.
Alright, guys, I have to head on out.
Alrighty.
Did you do that?
Send you this before you go.
And with that,
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna end it here. Let's see. 3, 2, 1.
Penis.
God damn it.